Right, just gonna wait for you guys to get into the room so this doesn't cut me off. And probably like our clocks aren't synced to the same time, so I'll just wait a few more minutes. I don't know how really well prepared I am for today. It's been a rough last few days. Welcome in, you guys. I'm just gonna wait a couple more seconds to see who else is gonna show up. Give you guys a chance to, so I don't have to repeat myself. All right. I think I'll just get started. So I got a lot of notes. I'm going to be looking off to the side because my brain is kind of in a fog. So yesterday would have been my son's 40th birthday, my son Nathan. And I've gone back and forth on whether I was emotionally strong enough to have this conversation because grief changes you. And I think we need to talk about the kind of grief nobody prepares you for, the kind that collides with trauma, family wounds, narcissistic abuse, abandonment, mental health, and what happens when the pain keeps getting passed down until somebody doesn't survive it. I got a text that changed my life forever. And everything before that moment and everything after that moment would never be the same. So, yesterday would have been my son Nathan's 40th birthday. And this conversation again is about grief, trauma, narcissistic family systems, isolation, hopelessness, and the things that people silently carry. And before we start, I just want to gently say that this conversation may be heavy for some people. Today, we're talking about grief, suicide, loss, narcissistic family systems, trauma, addiction, mental health, abandonment, and the kind of loneliness and despair people don't always know how to talk about. So please take care of yourself while you're here. Step away if you need to, take breaks. And if this conversation feels too close to home today, please be gentle with yourself. And I also want to say if you're currently struggling, feeling hopeless, or feeling like you have nobody, please don't sit alone in that. Reach out, text someone, call someone, reach out to somebody safe. Because even if your pain is lying to you right now, you matter. And this world would be better with you in it. For those of you that are new here, my name's Glennis, creator of Shredding Silence. I talk about narcissistic abuse here, the signs, how to protect yourself, generational trauma, family trauma, healing. Hi, Katie. And the things people don't always know how to say out loud. But today, sorry, you guys, this is hard for me. Today is personal. I'm a grieving mom. My son took his life. Yesterday would have been his 40th birthday. And one of the reasons I'm finally having this conversation is because now I am awake so much. Now that I understand trauma differently, family systems differently, pain differently, I feel awake too late. And maybe some of you know that feeling, the feeling of understanding things after a devastating loss. Um, like, how many of you found me through abuse content? Or how many of you here are here because of grief, or you're carrying both? I'm really glad you guys are here. And I'm sorry for what brought you here. Um, my heart hurts for anybody that is going through narcissistic abuse, any kind of loss. Grief changes people. My heart hurts for you. I think so many people silently carry grief alone, but you're not alone in this room. I know this is heavy, but I think we need to talk about it. And I'm trying to say this carefully because all of this matters to me. I still remember the whole life, the day my whole life changed. I missed a phone call from my son's father. So then there came a text um, that I was sitting in Dunkin' Donuts at the time because I couldn't answer his phone call. So then the text came. Nathan took his life last night. And I don't even know how to explain what happens in your body in a moment like that. It felt like a freight train, like the world stopped, like I couldn't breathe, like reality no longer made sense. And from that moment, nothing was ever the same. So I think when people hear the word grief, they think sadness, but grief is so much bigger than sadness. And this is what I keep coming back to. How alone must someone feel to get to the place where my son was? Did the demons finally win? Like, how hopeless, how trapped. And honestly, the part of what inspired a video I recently did called The Pain You Couldn't See was about Chester Bennington. Because suffering doesn't always look obvious from the outside. Sometimes people are quietly drowning and nobody fully sees it. And grief changes everything. People, it's so much bigger than sadness. It just changes how you see the entire world. It changes your nervous system, your sleep, your trust, your relationships, your identity, your sense of purpose. And when my son died, it wasn't just losing him, it was losing the future I thought we still had, losing certainty, losing was feeling awake too late. Hi, Deanna. Welcome in. Grief, another word for loss. I'm glad you're here, Deanna. Um, Feeling awake too late. Like now that I finally understand trauma, now that I understand narcissistic family systems, I understand pain differently. My son isn't here anymore, and grief can turn us into detectives of the past, trying to solve something that we may never fully solve. How many of you know what it feels like when one moment changes everything? How many of you guys carry regret? How many of you replay moments in your head? Shoulda, coulda, woulda. You know, you feel guilty. It's such a brutal part of grief, especially when we love deeply. You keep replaying things. You know, grief turns us into detectives of the past every day. Yeah, grief's another word for loss, and every day. We're trying to solve something that we can't rewrite, especially when that person is gone. And then some of us blame ourselves. I think so many grieving people do. And we're going to talk about that. Um, I think grief has a way of making us put our entire lives on trial. You know, I know for me, I wonder how my son must have felt sitting in that jail cell, hopeless, defeated, scared, completely alone, and just tired. You know, like the demons finally won. Life for him felt like a prison, like there was no way out. And honestly, I know those feelings. How many of you here know those feelings? Not exactly his feelings, but the feeling of life just being unbearable, the feeling of not knowing how much more you can take. And my heart breaks because years before Nathan died, he told me something that never left me. He looked at me and he said, Mom, I just can't find happiness. And those words haunt me because as a parent, what do you do with that? What do you do with that? How do you fix that? I just wanted to grab my baby and just take all of his pain away, and I couldn't. I remember him feeling like everybody disowned him, like nobody understood. And I remember feeling completely helpless because I didn't know what to do. I tried to direct him towards help, towards support, resources, but he felt like there wasn't any real help. And honestly, I understand that feeling. The feeling that when you're in so much pain that nothing can touch it. The feeling of being trapped inside yourself. Like nobody fully understands the internal hell that you're going through and you're living in. And I think sometimes when people are drowning emotionally, even support can feel far away because someone can care. A therapist can care, a hotline worker can care, a friend can care, family can care. But when you're drowning, sometimes it feels like nobody can reach you. They can't fully reach you. Excuse me, you guys. I got to take care of my sniffles. So what it feels like to me is like people are standing at the edge of this hole and you're down inside of it. And they're trying to help. They're saying nice things. They're trying to be supportive and all of that. But then life moves on. You know, your therapy appointment's over, or your friends have a life, your family has a life, and then they go away, and then there's silence again. And you're still sitting inside that pain. You're down in that hole still feeling all the pain that they tried to help with, but they could only do so much. And that's where I was with my son. Hi, honey pepper. Welcome in. I'm glad you're here. Um, so you're still inside the loneliness, the pain, the despair. And sometimes I really wonder if that's how my son felt. And that thought absolutely breaks my heart. I think grief has a way of making us put our whole lives on trial like that, not just one moment, but everything, every choice, every relationship, every missed sign. And I'd be lying if I said I don't carry guilt in other places too. How many of you guys sit with guilt like that? Because while all of this was happening, I was trying to survive trucking. I had just started trucking. Um, And honestly, I was scared a lot. I was still new. I relied heavily on someone that I thought loved me, the narcissist that I'm no longer with, thankfully. Someone I leaned on emotionally, heavily, even though that relationship was hurting me in ways I didn't fully understand at the time. And later, um, this trickled down, because when we're with the narcissist, it trickles down into everything. So my older daughter carried a lot of hurt, and I understand that. Because from her perspective, maybe it looked like I chose someone else. Maybe it looked like I pushed them aside. And hearing that hurt deeply, especially because that's not how I felt in my heart. I tried, maybe imperfectly, but I tried. I tried to stay connected. I tried in ways I knew how. I sent my granddaughters, blankets with our pictures on it, matching lights, the friendship lights where when you think of someone and they touch the light and they can see the light when you touch it, that kind of thing. Little ways of saying I'm thinking about you and I love you and I'm still here. And sometimes when your own cup is empty, you're trying to love people while surviving. And survival mode sometimes doesn't look like love the way we wish it did. I'm going to read some of these comments here because the pain of isolation can become overwhelming. It definitely can, 100%. Yes, because your own pain is very great and very difficult to be understood. And it's hard to understand others' pain when you don't even understand your own. Exactly. That's a good way of framing it. Exactly. And like I said on other lives, people can only meet us where they meet them, are able to meet themselves. So sometimes survival mode doesn't look like love the way we wish that it did. like how we actually need someone to meet us. And sometimes you're doing the best you can, sometimes they're doing the best they can, but it still hurts people. And that's hard to sit with, especially when grief already has you questioning everything. And I know I'm probably not the only parent who looks back and thinks, God, I wish I knew now. I wish I knew then what I know now. And then there's another part, there's another layer of this that's really painful to talk about. Because when somebody dies, you don't just grieve the loss. Sometimes you replay the family dynamics, like I said before. You just keep thinking about situations, things you said, saying things you wish you would have said, things you wish you would have done. And the thing that hurt me deeply after my son passed was hearing the way his father talked about him. He was angry. And I remember hearing things like he failed his kids, he gave up. Even at one time, he told him that our son was irrelevant. And something about hearing that broke my heart even more because our son had just died. And all I could think was, how much pain must somebody already be carrying to get to the place where my son was? And maybe this is uncomfortable to say, but I think when people are already drowning, hardness like that can cut deeper. So when he said our son was irrelevant, that was like pouring acid on an open wound. That coldness cut really deep. You know, you're already feeling unseen, feeling like you disappoint people, feeling like you're never enough. And that stuff matters. And Nathan's father was very hard on him. And I carry that guilt too, because when he was about 11 years old, he had started getting in trouble with the law. And I was overwhelmed. I didn't have any support. I was trying to do everything alone. And honestly, I didn't know what to do anymore. So I made the decision to send him to live with his dad because I thought maybe structure would help. Maybe him being with his father, because, they're both male, is what he needed. And grief has a way of making you revisit every decision that you made, every choice that you made, and ask yourself, did I make the wrong call? And how many of you were trying to survive and didn't have enough support? That's some hard crap to go through. And you do the best that you can. I think so many parents try to, but grief still makes us question everything. There's your own pains, very great, difficult to be understood. Okay. Hi, Stargazer. I'm glad you're here. Good to see you. Get to see the rainbows and butterflies. Healing has not been easy or fun. Did that callousness cause you to wake up to what a narc your ex was? Oh, yeah, I already knew because I wasn't with my son's father for several years before he took his life. So, yeah, I had left him a long time ago, but I didn't do the healing that it takes to not repeat that pattern. So, I kept getting into toxic relationships and narcissistic abusive relationships until I woke up. This last one woke me up. When someone has already lost hope, they are vulnerable to absolutely everything. Exactly, Honey Pepper. And that's what I was in at the time. And I know you guys, as you say, you can relate to that. Parents carry the guilt. It's a heavy thing, especially when we love so deeply. I think people underestimate what emotional hardness can do to someone over time. So grief makes us revisit all that, especially the things we wish we knew and understood sooner. How many of you have looked back and judged yourself with information you didn't have at the time? And you were surviving things that nobody fully understood. Most people don't have enough positive support nor enough education or acknowledgement. And it's truly sad that it's like that, because that makes you feel even more isolated. And then when you go through something like a death and loss, it's like you're on an island all by yourself. It's incredibly isolating. I know a lot of parents may feel like you failed your kids after you wake up, from narcissistic abuse, and you find out about generational trauma. I think a lot of parents carry that pain, looking back with regret. Yeah, I think that's part of the normal process that we go through when we're healing and we finally wake up to the narcissistic abuse and generational trauma. A lot of regret. Um, Especially because we were trying to survive. We were operating out of survival mode. So a lot of parents carry that pain. A lot of survivors carry that pain. And MK Klein, um, I think grief is full of impossible time travel. If only we could time travel, just wanting that one more chance. Wanting, wish I could go back and answer that last phone call from my son. I'll get into that later too. Um, I think that's one of the hardest prison grief puts us in, is regret. And you feel it too. You feel it too, MK Klein. Yeah, I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry that grief has brought you guys here, but at the same time, I'm so thankful for every one of you in here. I see you. I see all of you. As a parent, we tend to want to have a lot of redo opportunities. My daughter doesn't want to talk to me since 20 years ago. I can relate to that type of pain, and I'm so sorry. That is the deepest kind of pain to go through, too, when, especially when you're trying to heal, you're trying to better yourself, your eyes are open. It's incredibly hard. So we want that one more chance. And I think that's one of the hardest prison grief puts us in, is regret. The what ifs, the if onlys, the feeling of waking up too late. And this leads me into how narcissistic abuse compounds the grief. It's where I think it can hit differently for people that come from narcissistic abuse. Feel your pain as much as I do. I'm so sorry. I am so sorry. My heart breaks for you. Um, I unfortunately know all that pain all too well. So, family trauma, abandonment, emotionally unsafe relationships, because when grief enters the picture, it doesn't just wake up loss, it wakes up old wounds. Don't feel sorry. You just shared your pain to others. Thank you, especially since children are parts of us. Your device is freezing and then you move slow. Just letting you know, sometimes that means you have to lower the video quality. I don't know how I do that, Deanna. I'm sorry that this is screwing up like that. I don't know what's going on. Sometimes the internet is slow. If you have any advice for how to do that, lower the video quality, I have no idea. But so when grief enters the picture, it doesn't just wake up loss, it wakes up old wounds, abandonment, feeling unseen, feeling unprotected, shame, feeling like nobody shows up for you, feeling like you have to survive impossible things alone. And I think people who have lived narcissistic abuse may not fully understand this part. Because when someone you love dies, especially a child, you're already shattered. You see me fine? Yeah, I don't know, Deanna, is it your connection, or how does everybody else see me in here? Am I choppy, or who knows? Technology is so crazy sometimes. Um, so you're already shattered, your nervous system's wrecked, you can barely breathe, you're trying to survive minute to minute. And if the person that claims to love you disappears and abandons you, they can't sit in the pain with you or betrays you. during the darkest moments of your life, that grief compounds. Now you're grieving multiple losses at once. See you good. Okay, that's good. Um, when you have clear vision, everything seems to become a betrayal. Yeah, sometimes that's why you feel worse before you get better when you're healing, because that fog lifts and you see things for what they truly are. And it fucking hurts. It's very painful. Not going to lie about that. Trying Data Saver, maybe that will help. I hope so, Deanna. Darn technology. So now you're grieving multiple losses at once. And I think this part matters because I know I'm not the only person who's silently grieved this piece too. The day after my son took his life, the person, the narcissist who claimed to love me left. And I want to say this carefully. I don't want to make this all about attacking someone, even though what he did was horrible. This is about telling the truth of what grief looked like for me. That's what I want the focus to be because I was shattered, devastated, barely functioning. And the person who said they loved me left. He went home 300 miles away when he could have stayed with me. He could have called his boss easily. He always got his way at work. He could have called his boss and stayed with me. So this part still hurts because I wasn't okay. I wasn't functioning, shattered, completely devastated, trying to survive the unthinkable. And instead of support, he abandoned me. And that did insurmountable damage because when someone says they love you and leaves during the darkest moments of your life, something breaks inside of you. It becomes another layer of grief. I spent almost a month grieving by myself. And I'll get back to the rest of that. Narcissistic abuse steals so much precious time from you and loved ones. It doesn't give you the clarity to see what's important in the moment. Yeah, and what's so hard about that is people around us don't understand that. Like my daughter didn't understand that. My older daughter, my younger daughter, friends or other people that see you in these dynamics and they wonder why you keep going back. They just don't get it. Narcissistic people always leave you at your lowest point. It's savage. It is. It's really savage. I absolutely understand you because I was there. I felt like death. Yeah, that's totally how it feels. And some people don't make it out of that. And I'm really sorry for anybody that this is how we have to meet. But at the same time, I'm glad you're all here and we have this community. A narcissist is unwilling to behave with humility and being human. Yeah, they don't know how. That's why they pretend to be human. So they leave you during the darkest moments of your life, and something breaks inside of you. Like M. Klein said, you feel like death. It feels like death because when someone leaves you when you're shattered, that becomes another grief. So I spent almost a month alone while he was away. And they get with other supply because they cannot be alone. So while he was off betraying me, I was grieving alone. And I grieved those two losses at the same time, my son and the person who claimed to love me. And the reality of who was and wasn't there for me. And that changed me deeply. So you're not just grieving loss. For anybody that's been through that, you're grieving abandonment, betrayal, the realization that someone you trusted could not sit beside you in your darkest moments. And that's a very specific kind of pain. Because he abandoned me, disappeared, popped back up. And I was vulnerable, still grieving the death of my son. So I let him back in because I was shattered and alone. I wasn't thinking clearly. Like you guys know, you know what it's like. So I let him back in when I shouldn't have. He didn't deserve to be back in my life. But when you're in such pain and you lose a child like that, there's no way to describe it. You are so vulnerable. And that's when narcissists get you the most, is when you're vulnerable. They use those vulnerabilities as weapons, for their own benefit. So there's the betrayal, confusion, and gaslighting during grief. I worked on myself a lot. I got closer to God and it feels so good. I worked on my own, was alone, and survived. I'm so glad to hear that you came back to yourself. You know, you changed, you evolved, you grew, and you learned that you could stand alone and through. Because we believe that we are when we get through shit like this. Because going through this type of abuse is no joke. So when he left, here's another layer of grief that complicated it, right? I knew in my gut that something wasn't right. I had reason to believe that betrayal was happening because it had already happened before my son passed. You know, I'm talking about the narcissist. And when you already are shattered from losing a child, to also feel confused, gaslit, questioning your own reality, wondering if the person who claimed to love you was emotionally somewhere else, that adds yet to another layer of devastation. And people, you guys that understand narcissistic abuse understand this, the ones that survived it. Some people struggle deeply with being alone. We know the narcissist is one of those. They distract a lot, they seek validation, they avoid things, they look for comfort outside themselves instead of sitting in the grief. Um, they don't reflect, they don't take accountability or deal with discomfort. And when you're the one left shattered, trying to survive the unimaginable, that can feel like another form of abandonment, kind of abandonment. Because now you're not just grieving the loss, you're grieving confusion, you're questioning your reality, you're wondering, am I crazy? Did I imagine this? Why does something feel off? Why am I being told I'm wrong when my gut is screaming otherwise? And grief already messes with your reality. So when gaslighting gets added to grief, that confusion can feel unbearable. It's like grief on steroids. I wasn't just grieving loss, grieving while doubting my own reality. And that's an extremely lonely place to be. Narcissistic people take advantage of people going through existential crisis. They actually look for people in that predicament. Yeah, because it gives them that power and control that they so desperately need. They are so thirsty for that validation. Any trigger of abandonment is so much deeper for adoptees. Yeah, and I'm going to get into that, Katie. I'm going to get into the adoptees at 100%. Narcissistic people cannot be by themselves because they cannot introspect. Yep. Hi, pro animal lover. Welcome in. It's good to see you in here. So yeah, it's a totally lonely place to be. And this is hard to talk about because not everybody responds to grief the same. And I'm not saying every narcissistic person is exactly the same, but many highly focused people struggle with emotional depth. They struggle with sitting in someone else's pain. They can't even sit inside their own, especially pain that is messy. And it takes focus off of them, raw, long, complicated, because grief asks for presence, patience, reflection, emotional maturity. And some people, like the narcissist, are not capable of that. They distract, avoid, disappear, and move on quickly. They seek attention and validation instead of reflection. And if you've experienced that, I just want to say you did not deserve to carry that alone. And I know I'm not the only one who grieved alone. Some of you lost someone, and we even grieve people that are still alive, and nobody came. Family disappeared, friends got uncomfortable, people checked in for maybe a week, and then life moved on while yours still stays shattered. So you fell in that hole. They're coming to the opening of the hole and they're peeking in and they're giving you, kind words of condolences and whatever. And then life goes on and you're still shattered inside this hole. And nobody talks about how lonely that grief can be, especially when people who were supposed to love you the most emotionally disappeared. And this is a part of why I made that video. I don't know if you guys have seen it. It's called The Pain You Couldn't See. It's about Chester Bennington from Lincoln Park. Check that out if you get a chance. Because sometimes the people hurting the most are carrying battles we never fully understood. Narcissists will do anything to keep you distracted from your own acknowledgement of your own feelings. Pro animal lover says, I've always grieved alone. I couldn't let anyone see my hurt for fear of it being used as a weapon, and I think so many people deal with that We're afraid to open up, especially when you come out of a narcissistic abusive relationship and they've used it as a weapon. You don't know who to trust anymore. You're super hyper vigilant and you just want to protect yourself, and that's completely normal. I think a lot of us do that. The narcissist claims to love you and does the exact opposite of love while expecting to show the action of love in every aspect of their lives. I know it's so backwards, isn't it? It's so ass backwards. So people are carrying battles we never fully understand. And some of you might be carrying that. The loneliest people are suffering in silence. How many people disappeared when you needed them the most? Did anyone else lose someone and then you felt abandoned at the same time? And did grief change how safe you felt in relationships? Was it hard for you guys to trust people after you got out of that? And if everyone disappeared, that kind of loneliness changes people. And I am so sorry. I know that grief all too well. Your partner abandons you, and it's another layer of grief people don't talk about enough. So you weren't just grieving the loss, you're grieving betrayal. And especially if nobody checked on you, that hurts deeply, especially when you're already barely surviving. It's the kind of grief nobody prepares you for. I'm curious if anybody understands that kind of loneliness. Everybody, everyone. So you guys can relate. And I'm so sorry. But at the same time, I'm glad we're all here together because we're not alone in this. I know there's more people than we even know that suffer silently like this because it is hard to trust people. And when you get out of narcissistic abuse, it's extremely isolating because who wants their heart kicked around like a damn football again? I don't think any of us do. It's hard because you first have to learn to trust yourself, and that's where the healing comes in. That's a whole other video and live, where you learn to have healthier boundaries. So now I want to get into like generational trauma and family systems. So what happens when pain keeps getting passed down? This is what grief started making me think about. When trauma moves through families, when emotional wounds go untreated, when people are carrying pain they don't know how to talk about until eventually somebody doesn't survive it, like my son. I hate when people haven't checked on you, and when they finally see you, they act like they were missing you and cared so much. Oh yeah, that fake "I miss you" bullshit that you can pick up on right away. I had no one ever. I couldn't go to my mom. She was cruel. So I already had trust issues. Then homeless at 14 till I was 28. Oh my, wow. Oh my gosh. I spent years in narc abuse and physical abuse. I'm so sorry. I am so sorry you had to go through that. I know that pain too. Not being able to go to your mom, a lot of us here, not being able to go to any of your family because they're already so cruel. They're not a safe place. It's okay because they needed to be blocked out of my life. Yeah, you got to take out the trash, right? Or sometimes they leave you, like when you start changing, they say you've changed. No, I just woke up to your bullshit and I'm not going to do it anymore. They might leave. How many of how many of you here had to cut off most of your family or friends, or did they cut you off once you started changing and evolving and growing, after the abuse? So eventually somebody doesn't survive it. And I want to be really careful here because I don't think these things happen in isolation. I think the family systems matter. Childhood wounds matter. Emotional absence matters. The things that kids silently carry matter. And I think unhealed trauma spreads. Sometimes the trash takes itself out. Yeah. And they actually lose us. You know how I used to say, like, I lost everybody. But if you think about it, they lost you because if you were genuine, you're willing to take accountability, you're willing to grow and change and evolve, then they really lost you because they're staying stagnant, they're staying the same. I don't talk to my mother or relatives. Yeah, so you relate to that, Deanna. That's painful but peaceful at the same time, and it's a hard place to be. Yeah. So the things kids silently carry matter. And I think unhealed trauma spreads, sometimes quietly and sometimes for generations. And one of the hardest things to sit with is realizing that sometimes people are hurting long before we finally see it, before we fully see it, long before addiction, the drugs, alcohol, sex, whatever kind of addiction, long before legal trouble, long before depression becomes obvious, long before hopelessness takes over. Sometimes the wounds start young. I know it did with my son. He had ADHD and started getting in trouble with the law. And that's why when he was 11, I couldn't take it anymore because I was starting to get fired from jobs because he was getting suspended. And I'm doing this all out of operating on my own trauma and survival mode. And I didn't know it. I did not know how bad it really was. And I was just doing the best I could with no support. So the wounds start young, feeling unseen, feeling misunderstood, feeling emotionally alone, feeling not enough, feeling like nobody really gets you. And I think a lot of children silently carry pain that adults don't fully see. And then we grow up and we still have that pain. The adults don't fully see it or maybe don't fully understand it. So some kids carry shame, anxiety, hopelessness, carry feeling like they disappoint everybody. Tried for years to have a relationship with my mother. I gave it up because she's a covert narc and unrelatable to anyone with a heart. I can relate to that, Deanna. I tried the same thing. Yeah, with the adoptive mother I had that's a narcissist. That's such a painful thing to go through. Because the depression doesn't always look obvious. Some depressed people look like the happiest people in the world. Yeah, because they put the mask on. It's different from the mask of a narcissist, though. It's the mask of not wanting to be vulnerable. Because if you feel unsafe with people, exactly like Pro Animal Lover said, feeling unsafe. If you can't feel safe with someone, why are you going to open up the vulnerable parts of you? Too many people like you. Better when you're compliant to their needs, as in you always being there for them and quiet about your needs. Yeah, it's exactly what it is. I sometimes visualize me waking up, my steps to go and get little me off the bed and onto the porch so I can tell little me that I love you. Oh, that's so sweet. That's what we kind of have to do with healing. My therapist kind of went through an exercise like that with me. We have to pretend like talk to our little selves. It's reparenting, because some kids carry the shame, that anxiety, the hopelessness, feeling like they disappoint everybody, that loneliness, emotional wounds nobody talks about. And then we wonder later, why did somebody struggle? Why did someone numb out? Why were they an alcoholic? Why were they on drugs? Why did they go from relationship to relationship? Why are they a workaholic? Whatever they did to numb out, we wonder why. And that's why when someone got into trouble, why they gave up, that pain does not come out of anywhere. It doesn't come out of nowhere. Watch out for the funny people. They need to know we care. But we have to reparent our inner child. Watch out for the funny people. What did I miss here? The funny people, they need to know we care. Maybe Unruly Peasant will join us today. Homelessness is something they have dealt with also. Yeah, we didn't see them last week, did we? Yeah, there's a few of the community that I've been missing, and I hope they can show up later today. So pain doesn't come out of nowhere. Usually there's a story underneath it. Someone isn't just an addict to be an addict. There's pain involved, and I want to gently touch on something else because I know some people here may understand this too. And Katie, this is when I said I was going to talk about adoption because this part is personal for me too. I was adopted. My best friend was adopted. And later in life, I realized there were wounds there that I didn't fully understand for a long time. Questions about belonging, identity, feeling wanted. And for me, adoption also came with abuse. And that complicated things even more because when early wounds get layered with trauma, that shapes people. And I think a lot of us spend adulthood trying to heal things we never even had words for as children. Let me get to some of these. It's hard to relearn how to speak up. It is because it's foreign and you're rewiring your brain. You know, it does feel really weird. You're in uncharted waters. You know, I guess that saying, it's trying to teach an old dog new tricks. Not to say you guys are old, but I'm saying the concept of it is, it's hard when you've been thinking a certain way for so long. And then now all of a sudden you're always having to keep those feelings in check and all that chitter chatter in your brain, all the negative things that you were conditioned to believe about yourself growing up that aren't true. It's really hard you got to keep on top of that. A lot of funny people that always tells jokes and such, they aren't always that happy. You know what? That makes me think of Robin Williams. You know, he was always making other people laugh. And then when he took his life, that's like, wow, he made everybody happy but himself. You know, they hide the suffering. And I heard they can do an MRI on your brain and it shows trauma. Your front lobe is different. I've heard that too. Yeah, I'd hate to see what my brain looks like. What do you think your guys' brains would look like? Allowing yourself to be yourself without being punished for it. Yeah, it truly is something that you have to keep working at when you're healing because when your early wounds get layered with that kind of trauma, it really shapes you and your brain is kind of hardwired. But at the same time, it's neuroplastic. And so it can be changed. You can rewire those thoughts like control alt delete on your computer. It just takes work, it takes dedication, it takes investing in yourself. Because I think a lot of us spend adulthood trying to heal things we never even had words for as children. You know, so adoption can carry those invisible wounds, not for everyone. Even every adoption story is different. Mine's shriveled. You're funny. Mine probably is too. I hate to see a picture of it. So every adoption story is different. Some people had beautiful, loving adoptive families and some didn't. But even in healthy situations, adoption can bring complicated feelings because you're still being an infant knows when it's being ripped away from its mother. It knows. And I know that I knew. You question yourself about belonging, identity, abandonment, feeling unwanted, wondering, why wasn't I kept? Who am I? Where do I belong? And when adoption happens into abuse, that's devastating because now you're not only carrying the wound of separation, you're carrying trauma on top of trauma, on top of trauma, on top of trauma. Emotional abuse, physical abuse, neglect, fear, feeling unsafe in every place. You're not safe in your own home from the people that are supposed to love and protect you. And I think sometimes people underestimate what children silently carry because kids adapt, kids survive, they normalize things, but surviving something doesn't mean it didn't shape you. And I think a lot of adults are walking around still trying to heal wounds that they never had words for as children. Let me catch up on some of these. Robin Williams is who I thought of immediately. As a child, he felt he had to make his mother laugh. I don't know if she expected that of him or that's how he dealt with her health condition. Who knows? It's just such a sad thing. He was such a great guy. My brain has to be a mixed jigsaw puzzle. I hear that, Stargazer. I feel that mine would be that way too. Probably a lot of us here feel the same way. Complex trauma. Hmm. It's been a problem I've had all my life, never seeing myself in my parents. Yeah, with the adoption, right? Yes, when you get with someone, you're getting with their entire childhood. Yeah, and you know what else I heard, Honey Pepper, is every relationship they were in before, like sexually, you're having sex with those people too. And that grossed me out. I forgot where I heard that. I heard it somewhere, but yeah, you're taking on all of that crap in their closet that they haven't resolved yet, and they're taking on ours. So, and we never had words for those that as children. So, how many of you carry wounds from childhood you fully didn't understand till adulthood? How many of you felt different or like you never fully belonged growing up? And how many of you survived things people around you didn't fully understand? Yeah, body count. Exactly. That's why I say I don't want to get too off topic here, but when you're with a narcissist, you are in a threesome at least, or foursome, or five, some whatever, without even knowing it, because they always need that other supply. So yeah, you're without even seeing that person, you're in a threesome or more. Not willingly. Me, that's my entire life. Yeah. Carrying the wounds from the childhood, the questions I just asked, Honey Pepper, feeling like you never fully belonged growing up, um, that can carry a lot of layers, and everybody's experience is different. So if you were abused as a child, I am really sorry. No child deserves that. You struggle with belonging, that makes sense, because those early wounds can run deep. So I think some wounds start a lot earlier than people realize. Yes, me, him, and him. Oh gosh. That's a whole other can of worms too. Like narcissists all being secretly gay, because they act like they hate us women, you know. My narky was night and day all the time. Yeah, I never put anything past them for real. I always felt like I never fit in around most people or situations my whole life. Yeah, and you're not alone in that. There's so many out there, but they're afraid to express that to anybody because, again, who do you trust? Not to say that there's nobody out there that can be trusted, but when you're trying to protect your peace and you're trying to heal at the same time, you're super hyper vigilant to that because it's normal to want to protect yourself. My family of origin is large, and I grew up believing they all hated me. As an adult, I realized they were just drunk and selfish. Yeah, when you catch that clarity and you see it for what it is, how did that make you feel after that, Deanna? When you finally saw it for what it really is? It wasn't hatred towards you, it was their own self hatred. Me too, Star. That's why I became a truck driver. You became a truck driver. Why? What did I miss? Stargazer. Wounds can start in conception. I believe that too. Absolutely. They start a lot earlier than people realize. I used to feel like people could see my abuse, like it was on your face or just in your body language, or are you talking about physical? It helped me let it go, so I forgive them. I'm glad that helped you, Deanna. Like I wore it. Yeah, like you wear your heart on your sleeve and people know all the time. It was hard for you to mask it. Yeah. Yeah, I remember getting black eyes from both of my parents and going to school with sunglasses, and I was afraid to tell anybody. And then the me now was like, why didn't I say something? Because I was afraid to say something. We're conditioned to be afraid. And that's one form of coercion and control, is making you afraid to tell anybody. And that's how they keep control of everything, of you, the narrative, all of it. And here's the loneliness nobody talks about too. Like you can be surrounded by people and still feel completely alone. To work alone and no coworkers in my job. Yeah, trucking is good for that. Like I'm so thankful I'm not in the office, aren't you? Because I think I'd get fired the first day. Like that's too close proximity with other people. Um, and all the office gossip and crap like that. I mean, there's gossip in trucking too. That's why I pretty much keep to myself now, and I just do my job, just color in the lines and do my job and go home. So that helps you, stargazer, to kind of protect yourself. I've always been a long sleeve person due to consistent abuses. Yeah, because it's embarrassing. It makes you feel embarrassed for something that they're doing to you. Is that what you felt, Katie? Like that shame, so you didn't want anybody to question you, and then it might get back to your parent. Like they could see my wounds, my mental wounds, and it made me feel ugly. I felt ugly all the time. And I want to ask you a question about that because that made me think of something. My mom, I used to wear my bangs in my face because when you're feeling like that as a child, like you just described, feeling ugly all the time, it makes you want to hide. So I had really long bangs that would cover my eyes. And I remember my mom, as punishment, she cut them really super short, like up to here. And I looked like such a freaking geek. And it was my freshman year and we were taking pictures, and that picture just haunts me all the time. So I totally can relate to that, and I'm sure other people feel that way too, feeling ugly all the time. Deanna says, except for my mother, she has no damn excuse for choosing her second husband over me. When I talked to her about it, her apology was complete garbage. What was her apology like? Was it a blanket one, like I'm sorry for everything? Bullshit. She really didn't name anything, right? Or take action to fix it. A lot are narcissistic coworkers. Yep, 100%. Y'all have a good day. Thank you, Pro Animal Lover. Thank you for coming in and sharing. Have a good rest of your day. Hope to see you again. All right. So, the loneliness no one talks about is you can be surrounded by people and still feel completely alone. And that's not just in a romantic relationship with anybody, friends, family, coworkers, whoever. Um, Let me see where I got my notes are all messed up today, you guys. Uh, I think I mixed up this section. People don't understand it unless they lived it because you can be surrounded by people and still feel completely alone, still feel unseen, misunderstood, unsupported, emotionally abandoned. And I think one of the hardest parts of grief is you realize that life keeps moving. It keeps going on without you, even though you're still feeling shattered. Your life still feels completely in pieces. And people go back to work. People go back to their routines. And then you're out of sight, out of mind. They stop checking in with you. And meanwhile, you're barely surviving. You feel like you're on life support. And maybe some of you understand this. What is this crap on my computer? Um, the apology was fake. I know when she's lying, she uses as little words as possible. Hard to describe, but absolutely a non apology. Yeah, I get that. Very short responses. You can tell that's when somebody's not really engaged. It's not genuine. Your body picked up on it and you knew. So that's unfortunate that she couldn't be genuine, and name the hurt that she did. Plus, always being told that you are ugly by people that should have always kept you safe and loved. Yep. And then I remember my adopted mother being jealous about me. I was getting ready to go to my boyfriend was a senior at the time, getting ready to go to prom, and I was sitting in the dress that his grandmother had to buy because she refused to buy it. And she was taunting me, saying things like, "Look at you sitting there in that chair like Queen Sheba." And instead of being proud of me and putting the flower on me and taking pictures, it was just hateful and jealousy. And I never understood it. So I'm so sorry you had to deal with pretty much the same thing, Katie. Being told that you're ugly by people that should have kept you safe and loved you and be proud of you. And you deserve that. We all deserve that. So when you're barely surviving, maybe some of you understand this. People that you thought would show up didn't. The people who said that they loved you couldn't sit in your pain, or maybe they got uncomfortable, or maybe they disappeared. They didn't know what to say. And I think loneliness after trauma hits differently because many of us were already lonely and unseen. That's horrible. Look, yeah, it is. And we were already surviving things quietly, already carrying pain that nobody really understood. And then grief or betrayal or loss, it just magnifies everything. Um, and there, honestly, there were times I felt completely alone when I was grieving my son, grieving abandonment, trying to survive, trying to work, trying to function, trying to hold myself together. When inside I was shattered, I was dying. And I know I'm not the only person who's ever felt that kind of loneliness. That kind of loneliness hurts physically, the kind where life feels unbearable, the kind where you wonder, how much more can I take? And I think this is why community matters, why conversations matter, why being honest matters, because isolation is dangerous. Silence is dangerous. Why do you think I picked the name Shredding Silence? Because I'm not going to be silent anymore. Silence is dangerous. It protects the abuser and it harms the victim and the survivor. And honestly, this reminds me again of why I made that conversation on that video. It's called The Pain You Couldn't See, about Chester Bennington, because loneliness, the kind that people hide, can become really dangerous. Sometimes the people smiling, the people functioning, the people joking and laughing, are carrying unbearable pain, like Robin Williams, and nobody fully sees it. How many of you ever felt completely alone in your healing? I'm going to go up here and answer some of these. My favorite is, I know it seems like I put you behind the door. To this day, I don't know what she said after that because I blocked it out. I can laugh about it now. What a phony. Like I put you behind the door. What do you think she meant by that, Deanna? And I'm glad that you can see through it now, that you see her for what she is. My narcissistic sibling excused my narcissistic parent for not choosing us over our wicked stepmother by saying we can't please him in the same way she can. It was gross that she even thought that way. Ooh, that is disturbing. I'm sorry you had to hear that as a child and go through all of that. And if it didn't even make sense, and I loved the name. Thank you. I feel it all the time. Hi, Kelly. It's good to see you again. How have you been doing? Welcome back. So, how many of you have ever felt completely alone in your healing? I know this isn't an isolated feeling. I think pretty much all of us go through it after narcissistic abuse, um, and feel abandoned during your grief and trauma. Feel like nobody around you truly understands. How many of you are carrying that pain quietly still? She was excusing her neglect figuratively. Oh, like putting the skeletons, like, let's shove it under the rug kind of thing. Yeah, it doesn't make it go away, but they think it does. You can hide so well and hide from yourself and go further into the accepted darkness. Exactly, Katie. That's why you got to sit with it and embrace it. And sounds funny because who the hell wants to embrace pain? But that's the way we move through it. Because when you avoid it, I always think of a volcano. You're just shoving it down. You're shoving it down, and eventually that volcano will explode. And it comes out in not good ways and affects your health and all kinds of other crap. And then a lot of us here, like, feel like nobody understands me. You go through that as a child and you grow up into adulthood. That kind of loneliness is really painful too. And I think a lot of people here understand that feeling. Or like this, like everybody disappeared. That hurts deeply too, especially when you're already shattered. Going through the narcissistic abuse, you lose someone, you're grieving someone that died or grieving people that are still alive, and it feels like nobody's there, like you're out in the desert all by yourself. So, anybody here that feels alone, I'm really glad you showed up here today. And I'm really glad that you're sharing with me because nobody here has to carry that quietly. Because healing can feel extremely lonely. Uh, because a person who helped me a lot would tell me, "You're not alone." That phrase never helped me. I told him to stop saying that, and it's not helpful to survivors. Yeah, and I understand how you feel about that because we do feel alone. We all have our individual paths, so it does feel alone. even though we're not the only ones going through it. That might be a better way to phrase it, is like, you're not the only one, you're not suffering in this alone, although you have your own situation and healing path. That's why it does feel so lonely, because I've never been comforted by that either. Have any of you guys here been comforted by you're not alone? That has never made me feel better, ever. Um, I had to block everyone because when I woke up to narcissistic abuse, I realized that some of those people in my phone were complicit in my abuse and others were only using me for their benefit. Yeah, you really had to clean house, right? And pull the weeds out of that garden. And it's painful. It's not a fun thing to do, but self protection at some point, and that goes with the whole ball game of healing, cleaning house. Eventually, you just want to jump into the volcano because it seems like your only friend. Yeah, pain can seem like your only friend. And I think I shared it with you. That song I ran across, it was something about my pain. I forgot the band. It wasn't Slipknot. It was someone pretending to be Slipknot. But that song talks about that. Seems like pain is your only friend. Nope, I already know that I'm alone. Yeah, me too. Who else? Um, so loneliness is one of the hardest parts of this, and I don't think people understand how isolating trauma can be. And after everything we talked about today, I want to kind of wrap up this conversation before I invite if anybody wants to come on here live and talk. Hi, Stargazer, are you coming back in or are you leaving? So if you're coming back in, welcome. AI Slipknot. I never want people to leave here feeling hopeless, but I also don't believe in toxic positivity. So I'm not going to sit here and tell you everything happens for a reason, because I hated hearing that shit. I hated hearing, well, everything happens for a reason, or it could be worse. It's a way to diminish how you feel and your pain, and it pisses me off. Have you guys ever been told that? Like, it could be worse. Someone always has it worse than you. Yeah, that doesn't mean your pain doesn't matter. Pain is pain and it still hurts. So I'm not going to sit here and tell you that everything happens for a reason, or just think positive, 'cause that shit doesn't work. It helps, but it doesn't work all the time. Or everything will be magically okay, because grief is real, trauma is real, loss is real, and some pain changes us forever. I've been comforted by hearing I'm not alone, because before I knew about the narcissistic playbook and no one believed me, I absolutely thought I was alone. Yeah, there are some things that make us feel connected to other people. Absolutely. Like we watch the videos and somebody puts to words what we didn't have words for that happened to us. And then we're like, oh my God, that happened to me. I don't feel so crazy now. I don't feel so alone. Absolutely. That makes you feel like you're not so alone. But certain layers, I know that this is what I've been through. Certain layers that you go through make you feel completely isolated, and like nobody else gets it, because we're all at different levels in the healing too. Could be worse, can be invalidating. My therapist doesn't allow that excuse. That's good. That's a good therapist. I'm glad, because that I would be firing them if they said that to me. Because trauma's real, loss is real, and some pain changes us forever. But I do want to say something. Healing late is still healing. Waking up late still matters. Understanding trauma later still matters. Trying to stop cycles still matters. Now you have Slipknot in your head. Because I saw, speaking of pain and trauma, Corey Taylor has on YouTube, I've seen it. He had one of his therapy sessions on there, and it was really nice to see him open up and be so vulnerable about his pain as a child and growing up and everything like that. So all these band dudes, man, they've come from some heavy duty child abuse and narcissistic crap. My friends work with the narcissist that's considered a golden boy. We no longer talk. Yeah, it's best to cut yourself off from that, because that's like having gangrene on your arm or leg or any body part. You've got to cut that off. I'm glad you did that, Kelly, for self protection, because those aren't your friends. Yeah, you bet that he got inside their heads and did. Hi, Mary. Good, welcome in. It's good to see you. Um, Guarantee you, he's done the smear campaign, right, Kelly? So I think a lot of us carry the grief of, I should have known sooner. I should have done better. I woke up too late. And I carry that too deeply, especially going to be 59. I get pissed off a lot. Hi, how are you? How are things? What's going on? Especially as a mom, especially after losing my son. Um, But I also have to believe that growth still matters. Awareness still matters. Healing still matters. Because if we stop here, then the pain wins. If we say nothing and go silent, the pain wins. The abusers win. The narcissist wins. And I don't want pain to win. Not for me, not for my kids, not for the people I love, and not for any of you. And maybe healing doesn't always look beautiful. It's messy as hell. You need a freaking bib for it because it's like spaghettios all over the place. It might look like crying. Allow yourself to cry and feel the feelings. It's learning boundaries. It's talking about hard things like this. It's going to therapy. It's leaving unsafe people like so many of you have. You took out the trash. You did the weeding of the garden. Narcs are predatory like wolves, just sheep's clothing. Yep, for over 6 years. Wow, it's a long time, Kelly. So leaving the unsafe people, facing the truth, looking in that mirror at yourself beyond your own reflection and facing your shadows, healing those shadows, sitting in the uncomfortable feelings, not numbing out, trying again, no matter how tired you are, messing up, starting over, and still getting back up because healing isn't a straight line. It's like this. It's all over the fucking place, and it's not perfect. Grief does not have a finish line. We don't get over people. We learn how to carry them differently. Let's see. They say stay off social media because that's washing your dirty laundry in public. But I think that's because they don't want to be exposed. Exactly. And they're going to turn that around on you and try to shame you and say, well, why are you still talking about it? You should be over it by now. Or what do you just move on already? Or the airing your dirty laundry. Yeah, that's a big one too. Yeah. Keep talking. Keep talking no matter what they say because there's going to be haters everywhere. There's going to be narcissist and toxic people that are very uncomfortable with what you have to say because they can't yet face that in themselves. They're not willing to deal with that. It makes them extremely uncomfortable. So that's the first thing they're going to try to do is shame you and blame you. I always tell my now adult children to learn now. Don't wait for it to get better on its own. Do the work, provide for yourself, love yourself. Yes, 100%. And that's the greatest advice you can give your children and try to model that for them the best that we can. There's a book out, The Body Keeps the Score. I've heard of that. I have not yet read that, Mary. Did you, he healed you and it takes years to recover from those bastards? Yes, they do insurmountable damage, insidious amounts of damage that we don't even realize until it's too late. But if you're woken up and you're here and you're healing, now is better than never because some people go through life or some survivors, some victims don't make it so they can start healing. They don't make it out at all. Let's see what else. Kelly message retracted. Okay. Are narcs aliens, clowns, or devils? Maybe they're all three, Deanna. Thank you for this channel. And thank you for being here. Each and every one of you means so much to me. This community means everything to me. This is the one part of my week that I look forward to this, being here with all of you. I have a copy of The Body Keeps the Score, but I still haven't read it. Yeah, I need to read it too. It's one of the many things on my list. Narcs carry all of those masks. Yes, they're all three of them. So if you guys are listening today, life feels unbearable. If you feel trapped, if you feel hopeless, alone, like nobody gets it, please hear me. Pain lies. Hopelessness lies. The moment you are in does not have to be your forever. And I know sometimes when you're drowning, you can't see possibility, but please tell somebody, reach out, say the hard thing out loud, because suffering in silence can become dangerous. And this world would not be a better place without you in it. Because I wish so much that my son was still here now that I'm awake and I saw everything that was going on. I can't do anything about it now because he's gone. Um, my mother was a covert narcissist. She controlled me for 54 years. When she died, he stepped in and took over for 6. I'm just learning what everything he did to me after all that time, and I'm 60. That's a long time, Kelly. Yeah, I remember that your story. Yeah, we're pretty much all at the same age. And he took over. Yeah, we come from that, from our childhoods. That's all we know, and they're familiar. The way narcissists treat us, it's all familiar. Deanna, it's awesome, great summer read. I'd have to probably listen to it on the what do you call it? I don't ever listen to the not iTunes. What's it called? I can't think. I got brain fog again. Where you listen to the podcast type, like the audio part of the book. It's also on audiobooks. Thank you. That's what it's called. Audiobooks. My friend fell and died from a head injury, and my narcissistic mother told me that I should be happy he did get hit by a bus. Wow. My friend was disabled. He had muscular dystrophy. Wow, that's terrible. That's terrible that she said that. Be happy he got hit by a bus. I am 65, and if you, well, happy early birthday, Stargazer. How are you going to celebrate? Yeah, my birthday's coming up in August. I'll be 59, almost 60. Katie, that might be easier. I used to be an avid reader, but I do like audiobooks. You know what? And now I keep seeing this ad on YouTube where people are in a library or a bookstore and they are holding their phone up to it and they just take a picture of the book and it reads the whole book to them. Can I don't know how that works. Like, can you steal a book that way? I mean, I don't know what the guidelines are, but that seems like she was just taking pictures of books and then reading them. So there's got to be some kind of something to where they can't just, because that's like stealing the book. So part of why I started this channel, part of why I keep showing up, even when these conversations are hard, is because I don't want people feeling alone. Because I know what loneliness feels like. I know what grief feels like, what narcissistic abuse feels like, what it feels like to feel trapped, misunderstood, devastated, like nobody gets it. And I don't want people silently carrying all of this by themselves. That's really the purpose of my space, to build a community where people feel safe, seen, heard, validated, a space where you don't have to explain your pain to people who don't get it, because we get it in here. Don't think I could keep a civil tongue. Civil tongue with what, Deanna? I'll be staying on my diet and exercising. What diet are you on, Stargazer? I need to get on one. It's so hard when you're in trucking, though, because I'm so tired. I just grab whatever sometimes. It takes so much energy to plan the meals. I have a question. Why do narcissists, if they are committed relationship, do they still have to go to another person to be validated? Because Kelly, they can't regulate themselves. They have to seek that outside of themselves. They look for it in other people because they don't know how. They always have to get a. They're thirsty, so they have second lives almost always, because they always have to have backup supply, old supply, new supply, supply on standby, whatever kind of supply. because they cannot regulate themselves. They need that. It's almost like food for them to have other people supply. She ran out the door before I could even process what she said. What kind of diet and exercise, stargazer, narcissist, or supply sexual? 90% plant-based food, 10% chicken, eggs, and lean meat. It does it have a name, stargazer? And is it easy? Is it easy to stick to? Is the meal planning easy? I need easy. Um, See, I'm building this community where people can feel safe, seen, heard, validated. You don't have to explain to people that get it. Space without judgment, where hard conversations are allowed, where healing is messy, where you don't have to pretend you're okay. And if today's conversation resonated with you, if you've been quietly carrying the pain or trying to heal, I'd really love for you to stay, subscribe, hit the notification bell, come back, be a part of this community. And if you know somebody else who feels alone, who's grieving, somebody surviving narcissistic abuse or carrying pain quietly, please share this with them. Because sometimes one conversation can help somebody feel seen, not so alone, like we were talking about earlier. And feeling seen can matter more than we realize. Let me read these. It's just something that I research and it has been working amazing for me, just as it did in the past. Yes, it's easy to stick to your creative, pre- preparing it. 420. Today's 420. Today's not 420. The greatest energy exchanges through the vulnerability. Yes. Yeah, that's where I saw the dark eyes. Why are you guys saying happy 420? It's not 420 today. Am I really that? ah, it's 3:20. Oh, you're talking about the time. I thought you were talking about marijuana day, 420. It's 121 here. Yeah, that's what I thought 420 was. I like, why are you guys talking about 420? Today's not 420. So, anybody want to come on here and talk or share? Um, if you go into my post on my page, there's a pinned community comment about today's live, and the link is in there. Yeah, I get it now, Stargazer. I was just a little bit slow about that. When I see 420, I automatically think of marijuana day or whatever they call it. I am down over 40 pounds in 4 months. Ah, can you share that in the, there's like no name for it, or is it easy for you? Because I really need to do something. Sitting and driving a truck all the time and then just being tired all the time. I don't have the energy for working out, for planning. I used to do keto, but 40 pounds in 4 months is great. That's awesome. And then it's easier for guys to lose weight too, though. You guys have an advantage. Guys always lose weight faster. You're half right, is marijuana hour. Yeah. We can't do that stuff no more because we drive big trucks. Someday sounds like a plant based diet, just not strict vegan. Plant based. Huh. So you don't have any meat on the diet at all, Stargazer? There's no name. It's just something I researched and came up with. Yeah, I remember you saying that. I wanted to look it up. Eat a lot of fruit in the morning. Even though fruit, I'm so used to keto diet that a lot of fruit was bad because it's got the natural sugar, but because you're trying to do low carbs on keto. So I feel guilty eating fruit, even though I know it's good for you, because I think the only fruit we could have on keto was strawberries, blueberries, raspberries, and blackberries. I go walk 5 to 7 miles. Oh my God. How do you do that and drive a truck? OTR. Do you do it when you're done with your loads? Berries are good. Then when I get back, I eat about 25 grams of protein and a can of tuna and some more fruit. Tuna's really good. 25 grams of protein. Have you found it easy to stick to, or have you cheated? Time for dinner. I'll have some baked chicken with an egg and some green and black olives and a slice of tomato. That sounds good. Well, I'm glad you stopped by, Stargazer. Thank you for being here. I am in Nevada, Honey Pepper. Always change around dinner so I don't get bored with it, but I never get bored of eating fruit. Fruit is delicious and healthy as all get up. Does sound good. What's your favorite fruit? Yeah, I think you're way across the map, Honey Pepper. Oh, okay. I thought you were leaving because you had to go make dinner. But that's okay. I'm glad you're here to still hang out. Anyways, you guys, I want to thank you for sitting in this really hard conversation with me. I know today was heavy, talking about grief, trauma, hopelessness, narcissistic abuse, loneliness, family wounds, and maybe some things got stirred up for you. So be gentle with yourself after this live. Drink water, rest, journal, eat healthy, like Stargazer. He likes mangoes. Do I like it there? No, I hate it, but I can't move at the moment. I hate the desert. It's too hot. And the people here are just, I don't know. Mangoes are my favorite. When I'm out walking, I always pass some hanging mulberries and they're prime ripe over here. So I always have a nice handful of those and I come home with purple hands. What state are you in, Stargazer? No, I didn't leave. I just fell out of the group while I was texting. It's nice to be safe and open up. Yeah, that's the goal for to have a safe group in here. That's my daily dinner plan I do every day. It's the same dinner every night. Where would you like to go? Oregon. I like the rain, but I don't know if that's ever feasible. I love the rain and how green it is. My biological brother is there, but I cut him off because I was rowing the boat alone. You know, I wanted to belong to a family so bad, from being adopted, and I could just tell he didn't want the same thing. So I removed myself from that equation because I was going to try to move where he lives in Oregon. You're in Illinois. What's the weather like in Illinois right now? Is it hot? So, you guys, journal, eat good, eat mangoes, cry if you need to, reach out to somebody safe if you need to, and don't sit alone in unbearable feelings. You matter. Even if life feels heavy right now, even if healing feels impossible, even if you feel unseen, you matter. And if today's conversation resonated, if you ever wondered how somebody gets to a place of hopelessness, how alone someone must have felt, like my son, or what pain people quietly carry, remember that video? I don't know if you guys have seen it. It's called The Pain You Couldn't See. It's on my video tab with Chester Bennington's picture. And I think it connects deeply to what we talked about today. Especially if you ever asked, how did nobody know? How alone must they have felt? And before we go, I want to remind you, you don't have to carry things alone. Grief, loneliness, trauma, hopelessness, regret. If you need a place to talk and if you want to share, I'm going to open it up again. You guys, the link is in my post tab on my page. And it's the pinned comment to today's live. Mix up dinner between chicken and lean meat. Add a lot of green beans, peas, and things like that. 5 big golden mangoes this week. Change from fried eggs and bacon and sausage and bagels with cream cheese to all fruits. Wow, that's really good. I'm glad that's working out so well for you. And then walking. How do you get in 5 to 7 miles a day? Well, Sharon's going to join. Yay. Let's see. Let's hope it works this time. It
It
works.
worked finally. Yay.
Yay. Hi, Katie.
Hey, how you doing?
Hanging in there. I'm glad to be with all you guys. It helps, you
Yeah.
know. I just
I'm
like here
glad
in the
you're
90s.
brave enough to speak about this because I know it sits on you super. Oh my God, this is beyond. You're more than Atlas with that. Atlas carried the world. You carry the darkness of the world for that one because that's a hard
Yeah.
one. You know,
Well, that's
as
what,
much as you and I can
that's why
relate, I can't relate to that one. But I feel for you.
I hope
I
you
feel
never
for you.
do. I hope you
No,
never do. But
this is nothing. As much as we've all wished certain people in our lives karma, that's not one. That's not one. I wouldn't wish that on anybody. That is to give up a piece of your heart, your entire body, your soul.
mhm.
That was not God's plan. That was
Yeah,
someone else's.
it's heavy. But, coming on here, talking about your trauma helps a lot, and then being in this community. That's why you guys, this is my highlight of the week, talking to you guys. It's
It's my
so you don't
highlight
feel so
because
alone. Yeah.
yeah, because
So,
I think most of us probably sit with, I know I sit with a lot of thoughts all day long. Process, process, process. Oh, look at that. It's not about a squirrel or a diamond. It's about what that asshole did to me 20 years ago that affected me yesterday.
yeah,
Pisses me off.
exactly. I know.
I
Yeah, and
lose my
rightfully
mind all
so.
the time.
Do you find
Mm.
like you go from being angry to like being like unbothered to going back to being angry? Like that's what I found with the healing process. It's so like roller coastery,
The roller
Like
coaster. Yeah.
sometimes can you think about things sometimes and they don't affect you, and then other times you're like that motherfucker.
Yeah,
You know what I mean? It's
exactly.
like
How can you
gosh,
do that? How can you say that in the same breath, in the same sentence, along with I love you? I would never do that.
yeah,
You
it's
know, if I
evil.
want to, yeah, yeah, it's when you learn the difference between what the devil actually looks like. And the devil looks like people, you know. You go deep
It's a
into
four-letter
to
word.
there's lots of four-letter words
Four-letter
for
word,
narcissists.
evil.
Yeah.
They don't
There's
know
lots
what
of
love is,
four-letter
Honey
words,
Pepper said.
you
Yeah.
know. But yeah, it's
That's
it's it's a rough it's a rough thing because it's just like all day long. And it's for once, I remember being a child and loving to ride, amusement parks and, the traveling carnivals and stuff and go on the roller coasters. Now I'm like, I won't get anywhere near them. I don't like
mhm.
horror flicks. I already lived one. I don't need an
Right.
extra one. I'm not going to pay money for that one, you know.
Right.
But yeah, it's you're no longer that child that is like, I want to ride 5 more minutes. No, I don't want to be near the park. I can't be near the
Brings
park.
up too many memories for you. Brings up too much
Too, well, that constant roller coaster, and after a while, you do when you have to get off. But it's
right.
like when you're in that abuse situation, and when you turn around and look, it's like, oh hell, I've been riding a roller coaster for 58 flippity flapping years. I'm sick. I had a bunch of cotton candy, and now it's going to come out, and somebody's going to get it, and that's not, it's not going to be fun. And yeah, you just want to get off the roller coaster. You know,
hmm
I was the Gen X
Exactly.
kid. I was the tall one, and so I had to push the merry-go-round.
hmm
Because I could and watch all my friends fling off. Now I don't even want to get near them. I'm just like I
I
don't
don't
want
think
those
they even.
friends. I don't want,
I
I
don't even
don't
think
want to
they
hurt
make
anybody.
merry-go-rounds anymore. I don't see merry-go-rounds in parks anymore. Do you?
They're probably
Think
legal,
they?
along with remember the metal slides that used to take all over. That's why we all have a flat butt now. Just
Mine is because I drive a truck, but it was like that before. So I guess it's the slide and the
Well,
combination
that's the
of
whole
truck
thing. If
driving.
you're Gen X, you have a flat ass because it got burned off, peeled off on that 8-foot metal slide in the middle of hot summer. You know,
Yeah,
took your
that's
ass and some of your
crazy.
brains. You know, but yeah, it's a tough thing to consistently, have to go through all this. But then it's like you have to stop and take a break. That's one thing I've learned: is stop, take a break, take a break. Just
Slow
take a break.
down.
If you got to stop for 2 weeks, 3 weeks, 4 months, I don't care, you know, but it's just stop, take your breath, process, journal it out, talk to somebody, find a friend, and
Hmm.
just process everything because you owe that to yourself.
Yeah, and you think a lot of survivors like have trouble with feeling like they're bothering someone. That's why they keep it to themselves, and that's another dangerous thing. You
That's
know.
what our parents taught us. Remember?
Yes.
You
Yeah.
know,
Yeah.
even though, like my mom, I have a bazillion pictures of her dressing me up in like my descent is German, so I had my little German dirndl and my little Mary Jane shoes, and I had to have the white lace socks, and I had to
Remember
have
the
the
Mary Jane
perfectly
shoes?
curled hair. Yeah, all the time because she wanted a little girl always.
Mm-hmm.
Now, I was the only girl on the block, so I wanted to go play out, with everybody else. I wanted to, jump my bike and climb a tree and play in the dirt. You can't do that in lace.
Right.
Let me clarify. You can do that, but you get your ass
That's
beat
beat.
for it. Yeah, you
I was just
get
gonna say
beat.
that. Yeah.
And her problem with me is that she was 5'2", 5'4" if you included the bouffant hair.
Mm-hmm.
And I have always been the tall kid. I swear, if I ever look back on my lineage, I came from barbarians. I swear to God. So I was always taller than her. God, by 6. So to
Wow.
discipline me, she was, her hands on her hips, and you blah 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 blah. She'd jump up, pull my ears. So I hate earrings,
Uh,
and she'd literally hang on them. I wasn't even
you would have
10.
earrings on? You had
No, as a
earrings?
child, I wasn't allowed. Only whores wore earrings, but I was
Oh,
a
okay.
whore
So she just
anyways.
pulled on your ear,
Yeah, she'd
right?
pull my ears
That's
and wouldn't
horrible.
let go and just would scream into them because she was constantly jealous. And it's taken me about this whole year to figure out her jealousy of me not fitting into her diagram of the perfect little baby doll at all times because narcissists objectify you. How they see you the first time is how you have to
Hmm.
stay forever because
Right.
narcissists do not accept change.
Nope.
So, guess what children do? Children change, people
Hmm.
change. And a
Yep.
narcissist cannot accept that. And that's when they start getting mad at you because you're changing. You changed your
You're
hair. You
human.
changed it. Yeah, you're human. You
Yeah.
changed your
You
hair.
can't.
You
You
changed your
cannot be
toothpaste.
human.
You changed your deodorant. You changed your way of thinking. They hate change because they can't change. And so that's
Yeah.
taken me this whole time to really that's why she hated me because I kept changing. I kept growing. I kept thinking. Oh God, I started having my own opinion.
Oh, God
And then
forbid
she
that.
started seeing the opportunity that I had that she didn't have.
Hmm.
So all the things that I wanted to go do out in my life, no, you can't. You're not good enough. You are worthless. You're too ugly. No one's going to love you. Look at you.
Hmm.
You're stupid.
And they don't even have to say that. They just show it in their actions because
They
that's what.
showed it. She said it.
Right.
She carried
She
some balls
she
on her chest. Let me tell
she
you.
was a double whammy, huh?
Yeah, she'd say it straight to my face, but she'd make sure that when she was saying that stuff, it was just she and I quietly somewhere else in the house. Because if she said that stuff in front of my dad, he would lose his shit because you don't talk to people that way.
Hmm.
And so
Right.
it was always insidious, always insidious. So even
Wow.
when, I carried all that, throughout my entire life. And now I'm like, now I get to stop and take a look and go, oh, well, that's why every last relationship I've ever had was crapola. That was crap. But I was
Because
used
we
to
think
it.
it's normal. Yeah, we think it's normal. That's where
Yeah.
we came
You
from.
find comfort in the darkness.
Mm-hmm. Right.
Dark is so
Dark.
comforting. Oh my God.
Yeah. The darkness can taste like light
No, it
until
doesn't
you
even
find
taste
out it
like light.
doesn't.
Dark. Well, to me, dark is dark, and I love it. Because I'm so used to it. That's so ingrained
Mm-hmm.
in me to like when we were all talking about, how do we manage ourselves, imagine ourselves when something negative is occurring, and I automatically go back to my little girl self and my little dirndl, and I'm in a dark corner cowering. So when she does hit me
Mm.
with whatever object, um, supposedly it's not supposed to hurt as bad, but it does. You just get used to the pain. And so that dark
Right.
corner is where I want to sit all the time. And it's just like I have to push myself to go outside and, not be afraid of the outside because people will see me. And since I've, in the back of my head now, it used to be up here, now it's in the back. In the back of my head, it's like, you can't be outside. You shouldn't be out. Very much Cinderella. Very much. You read the book, you watch the cartoon. That was my life. Now, the problem I have never found the prince. I've never liked
Right.
heels. And if I
Because
was in a glass heel,
all those princess Disney movies are bullshit.
Disney is the devil.
For real.
They made
I
promises.
wanted to see Kelly said something. Let's see what maybe you can help me
Yeah,
with this. What
let's go
about
back.
if your daughter is brought up in an atmosphere like this? My daughter does not talk to me because she blamed me for everything, like my brother and everybody else's, my daughter's father.
Yeah,
So you were blamed for everything.
yeah. Children will blame you for everything because you're the one that is there to take it. They can't
Mm-hmm.
go to that other spouse because the other spouse just up and fucked off. So children
Mm-hmm.
cannot yell at them. So they're going to yell at who's standing in front of them,
Yeah, the closest thing.
the closest thing, and they're going to release all of it on you, all of it. My first level of dark shadows, my son, who we're very bonded, we love each other very, very much. But for 6 straight months, he unleashed on me everything, stuff I didn't even know about, stuff I never ever thought about asking, because the way I know things is like don't go into it, you know, and
Mm-hmm.
so for most of the time I'd let him say what he's got to say, and I'd cry my eyes out because I didn't even know. I just knew I had to face this because that's part of your healing, you know, because that's something to think about. Like, even in your case, Glennis, if Nathan was still here, I know you would have been crawled up that young man's self, hugging him and loving him and everything. But what would he say? How would you react? That's a tough one.
You know what? That's interesting that you say that because Riley brought that up. She said, Mom, not all of this is your fault. What happened with Nathan. And,
Yeah.
um, he still had his own problems because sometimes,
Hmm.
no matter how loving, you hear about stories like two different children living in the same household and they both turn out completely different,
Right.
even if there's no abuse, even if it's a loving home.
Hmm.
So, but the guilt is still there.
It's
It's still
horrible
going to be,
because they're a part of
it's going to
you,
be there.
and you
Hmm.
wanted to give them everything, everything that you never had. So
And
and
it
it's
turned out
not
just
just
the opposite.
yeah,
It turned out just the opposite. And
yeah, and it's not materialistic stuff. My parents
right.
were not big on hugs or kisses or affection, obviously. And so it's not that I crawl over my son. He would yeah, Ma. But it's just like, I love you. I love you. You're a pain in my
Same.
ass, but I love you. Go over there so I can love you more over there. you know, you know,
Yeah.
and it's just to always have the thing I did not have, which was love and honor and safety. Now, even though I did all that, he still had his own little things that he was able to, like I said, it's not like I can't really say that I had the command and like, I'll allow you. No, 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 no. They go after you.
Mm-hmm.
That's part of your dark shadow. Because even though you
Mm-hmm.
try to do your best, we now know because we're now awake, it wasn't our best. It wasn't
Right.
absolutely our best because we came out of a dark spot.
Right. Oh, there's my light going out.
Oh,
It's like a
okay.
disco light. So
I was
Kelly
like,
said, I was the escape. I think this is supposed to say goat. I was the escape goat.
yes, always.
I was playing when I came to my mother and father. I was adopted. Oh, Kelly's an adoptee too. My daughter
Yeah.
moved away. I'll never see her, and my grandchildren never know I even existed. She told him I died. Oh,
Wow.
that's
See,
terrible.
that's the other thing we
And
have to think about. It's never 100% us. All
yeah, there's
children,
always other people playing a part.
there's the other spouse, there's prospective grandparents, two sides,
Yeah, aunts and
prospectively.
uncles.
There should be a neighborhood. There's the school
Yeah.
community. There is your entire town community. So we take it all on because that's how we were raised to take it all on,
Hmm.
to be the scapegoat,
Right.
to be
Absorb
the black
everybody's
sheep.
stuff.
Yeah,
Hmm.
no, ignore your stuff, but always, always take on everybody else's because their
Yep.
problems are your problems. And
Yep.
I admit it. I did that to be more compliant, to be more liked. I wasn't even looking to be loved. I just wanted to be liked because if you're liked, you don't get hit in the back all the time.
Right.
You know, oh my God, crazy story. So, when we were kids, I don't know if y'all remember it, but the Mommy Dearest movie,
Yes. With the wire hangers.
that was me.
Yeah.
My mom was a big wire hanger fan, and
Oh God.
yeah, I don't know if y'all remember them, but back in the 70s, it was more like nurse shoes, but they were called yo-yos. And so they had the big cushion and a bit of a heel. Now, since my mom was 5'2", she liked a bit of a heel, so she could be 5'6",
Mhm.
along with her hair. And I remember sitting there watching the movie because they didn't give a hoot what the hell I watched downstairs as long as I was out of her face, you
Right.
know. And so she came downstairs and I'm sitting there watching it as a small child. Because in the 70s, we were littles. I'm watching it
Hmm.
and I'm like, hey, mom, that's just like you. Because, children also, yeah, I was not a smart kid.
Oh my God.
I was learning. All
And I
I ever
bet you
learned
you
was
got
how
it
to.
for that, huh?
Yeah, it was bad. I was knocked out and my dad came home and he's like, where's Sharon? And he had to come downstairs and find me. I was knocked out.
Wow.
And so,
Wow.
yeah, he screamed at her and they had their fight, but she was right back at it
How,
the minute he went to work.
how old were you again?
Um, God, when that movie come out?
I
Let me
don't
see.
remember.
67, that
I'd
might have come out.
have to Google
Well,
it.
it's under 10. It was well under 10,
Wow.
you know. And so it was just kind of like one of those, you learn these things all over time and time and time. Honey Pepper, they don't know what love is. You are right, girlfriend. They don't.
Yeah.
That my last
And
narcissist, as he was in his process of discarding me, which is a big ugly fight, that's what he said. You don't know what love is. Well, here's my little child self popping out again. Whatever your love is, I damn sure don't want that. It just
hmm Yeah, we
I've
now know
never,
what love is not.
you're right. And so that's what also I'm working on for myself. I'm like, really, what is love? Well, I know what love is. It is attentiveness, meaningful attentiveness. It is meaningful attention. I mean it, not I'm masking it.
Hmm.
And so that's a huge distinction for me, because it's just like, no, I've never masked. If I actually tell somebody that I love them, that's because that's what the fuck I mean. I don't mean nothing less.
Hmm.
It
Right.
means you're important.
Authenticity.
Yeah.
Sharon's too funny. Yes, she is. She makes me laugh all the time. That's what Honey Pepper said. I wasn't allowed to watch. Deanna said Rosemary's Baby. I was little, and it doesn't sound like I missed much. No, you didn't.
I watched it. Not
You watched
authentic.
it.
Authentic. That's why I'm weird. Um, Authentic 1970s Midwestern basement. So dark paneling, dark carpet, and leather chairs. A leather couch. Authentic 70s. And I watched Exorcist, Rosemary's Baby, It, um, all the spooky, scary stuff, because I could relate to it. And
This is bothering me. Sorry, I'm listening. I'm just distracted by my light. I need to turn it down.
every time your light flashes, strike a pose. We grew up with Madonna. What's wrong with
Vogue,
you? Mm,
Vogue.
mm, mm.
There, that's
you
better.
know,
Okay.
but yeah, it's just that was the weirdness of my family growing up, because it's just my mom realized all the things I could have that she couldn't have, and it really upset her, and she just wanted to have a cute little baby doll. And of course, my dad, he was retired military, he did his 22 years, and so he was gone often. That's just military life. That still goes on to this day. And so yeah,
Mm-hmm.
she had control and command at all times. And so when he'd come home, he'd want his control to the family, not 100%, but as a couple. And she would never allow that. And that would, oh my God, the ungodly fights that would occur. So yeah, it is
You had to
better to,
witness all that
I learned.
as a small child.
Yeah. And so that's another thing that, struck me finally. I'm like, yeah, how you conduct yourself around your partner, no matter if the kids are upstairs, downstairs, in the vicinity, they hear it all. They learn. And so that's when my son was angry with me, you know, uh, that's what he brought up. And I'm like, oh, that's because that's a failure on my part. At least that's my viewing. But they bring all that up back up at you. So yeah, it is better to be away
Mm-hmm.
from people like that, because
Mm-hmm.
ooh, virus. Um, it is better to be away from people like that. Because remember, way back in the day, it used to be, well, I'm staying for the children. No, no,
Yes. Yeah.
that's a lie.
That's not a good reason to stay. Yeah,
Because
you're just teaching them what love is not. Yeah.
your kids turn out as crazy as you are,
You're
and
teaching
not
them the
worse.
toxicity and
Yeah,
all the, they're picking up
generational
all the
trauma.
bad. Yeah.
That
Just
that's how
repeating
you
it.
carry on. You carry on generational trauma. So it's better to get the
Yeah.
hell
Cause
away from
I
them.
had that thought too. I used to think like that. I'm going to stay for the kids.
The kids need to be out
Doesn't
of
work.
it,
Yeah.
because, and of course, at our age and even younger, because my adult son is pushing 30, he could almost die from that because he's so old. But he's like, kids today, and I'm like, no, no, sunshine, you're a kid. And he's like, no, people younger than me, mom, they don't work. They don't have any work ethic. They just feel that they should be given to. And I'm like, why do you think that
Yeah.
is? And he's like, because
Hmm.
that's how they are treated as kids. And I'm like, okay, continue on, smarty. And he's like, oh, is that why you told me no sometimes? And I'm like,
Yeah.
it's better for
Yeah. The
children to
entitlement.
learn to get away from people like that. whether they're 5, 25, whatever, um, to get away from people like that, and then strive, because it is going to be a struggle, but you have to strive to, put food on the table, put a roof over their head, to provide them an education. If you can do it by yourself, it's going to hurt, but the children get to see it and then go, oh, well, my parent was strong, I can be strong, opposed to
See,
being
that's
weak
the
and
hard
staying
thing
in it.
where, like, I think a lot of victims, that's where they stay stuck for so long, because especially today with the economy the way it is, and they feel
Yeah,
trapped for financial
yeah.
reasons. My daughter being one of them. And then now my granddaughters are seeing the unhealthy dynamics, because of finances. So I'm trying to try to
Mm-hmm.
catch up with some of the comments here. Stargazer said all us old people watch them all. All us
Yes.
old people. Kids are
Yep.
always observing 100%. Last time I watched a horror movie was 2002. Stays with me too long, so I have no interest. I'd rather watch cartoons. I so relate to that. I cannot watch the news or horror flicks.
If there's Hanna
Kelly
Barbera on,
says,
clear the lane. I'm at that
right.
TV.
Yeah,
I need my cereal.
right.
I need Hanna Barbera. I need
We need our
HR Puffin
nervous
stuff.
systems regulated. Yes. HR Puffin stuff. Yes, I
Now
love
I
that
know what
one.
HR
HR.
Puffin stuff is. So happy
Uh-huh.
420. Shit, we
See,
need it
Kelly
now.
says
You know.
my
But
daughter
yeah,
was as bad as my mother. She went to school, high school, junior high, didn't even notice at the time, and told people nasty things about me, even put nasty things on Facebook about me. Your daughter did that.
mm-hmm.
Wow.
Because they
And
learned it was
probably because
okay.
she learned
It,
from your mother. Uh-huh. That's
that's the
really
whole
sad.
thing. It is. It's really
Uh,
sad that an adult would choose to take a precious child that is basically a love sponge. They're just a love
mm-hmm.
sponge. That's all they are.
Mm-hmm.
And they fed evil and dirt. All their evil and all their dirt they threw off onto that poor baby.
Yep.
And then
That's so
you as the
sad.
parent had to sit there and just kind of take it because you're stuck, you're the baloney in the middle, you know,
Mm-hmm.
and you had to
How
take
old
it
is your
because
daughter
you
again, Kelly? Do you remember how old Kelly said her daughter is? In her 20s or something? If I remember correctly. But yeah, you're right. They're like the baloney in the middle.
mm-hmm.
Hi, Rosemary. Welcome in here. How are you? Yeah, I wish we could get more people in here. Eventually, it'll take me time. There's another program I can use. She's 35. There's
Yeah.
another program I can use where we can have several people on at the same time, but it's going to take me time to figure that out. Just like it took me time to figure out how to get you guys on here, but I'll do it eventually.
And Kelly, for your daughter at that age, she is still working to appease the more superior parent. She
Hmm.
views your mother as a superior parent because you are in your situation to where whatever you speak out is not stronger than that other parent, grandparent or whatever. And that's a hard thing to deal with because it's like you have tons of all of us have tons of opinions sitting on the inside. But we were
Hmm.
beaten down so damn much in our childhood that we learned not to speak it. So that made
Yep.
us open and vulnerable for those walking devils, the
Yeah.
devil incarnate.
Conditions. Rosemary, have a narcissist for a family. Your daughter's 33. Do you have a good relationship with your daughter, or she's part of the narcissist family? My mother died 6 years ago, brain cancer, lung cancer, kidney,
Yep.
and I was the only one there for her.
Yep.
Sharon?
Me too. Me too. Mine had lung cancer and
Wow.
I was the only one there. And my older brother, the one that she loved, the golden boy, she loved him to death.
So the
Hated
golden
me.
children weren't there, but the scapegoats were there.
We were the only
Make that
ones.
make sense. Make
And
that
I
make
was the executor of the
sense.
will and everything. I got left
Wow.
everything, and he got mad as hell about that. And I'm like, well, I made sure that everybody else got their inheritance before I did. And he took his fair amount and a house and a car and property, sold it for drugs. And I'm like, yo problem, boy.
Wow. That's a shame.
Within 6 months of their passing. And I'm like, that's your evil, not mine. Don't talk to me anymore. Well, you can't
Right.
do that. We're brother and sister. Not by blood, buddy. You know,
Bye.
I'm out. I'm because he emanated her. And so he was also very destructive towards me. And that's a whole other story that's I ain't getting into, but if you know, you know. And so he expected me to give me or me to give him all of my inheritance. And I'm
Yeah, that
no.
entitlement.
Hmm.
And then the narcissistic parents always working you guys against each other. The
The
triangulation's
entanglement.
insane.
Yeah. Yeah.
Uh-huh.
The triangulation. When I remember reading about triangulation and doing the research, we all become the narcissistic detectives.
We
And
have
like
PhDs.
PhDs, I didn't
We have
even step one foot on
PhDs
a
in
college campus.
narcissism.
You know, I didn't have to spend 250,000 or whatever it costs now for that PhD.
Right?
But it's just like my mom had my elder brother and I triangulated the whole time. Whole time. If she didn't like me, and she would tell me, you know, Al, you're not this and you're not that, but you are this and you are that, which was always negative. And I would see her leave me at home, which in the 70s you could leave your kids everywhere. Um,
Right. And not wear
um,
seatbelts.
yeah, oh God, yeah, no, station wagon in the back, woohoo! And she would leave me at home to clean up the entire house, mow the lawn. If that woman could make me do siding at 5, she would have. Um, but she'd come home and they'd spend 4 to 6 hours and they'd go have lunch and they would have time together. And she would bring home tons of items for him, clothing. I mean, she bought his very first car, which he literally wrecked within months of just getting a brand new car. And the Chevy Nova, those were really cool back in the 70s.
Oh, those are
And
nice
so,
cars.
yeah, I mean, literally, he pulled a Dukes of Hazzard, flew off a hill that we have where we were living, landed on the angle down, and then flung right into an unloaded cargo trailer of a semi truck. Turned it over. He's lucky he didn't kill the driver, which you
Wow.
know, yeah, crazy. So he was drunker than snot, and so mom and dad brought him home, took care of him. Dad refurbished that entire. Dad and I refurbished that entire car, all of it, $7,000. Because I remember Dad bitching and fussing the whole time. It's cost me this, and we're refurbishing.
He
Take care
he
of the
he
big
had no
brother.
consequences. He had no
No,
consequences for what he did,
no,
right?
he
It's
could have
the
got
golden
hurt.
child,
He could have
right?
got hurt really bad, but he was
And
drunk
killed
and young.
somebody.
So, drunk young people bounce. We break stuff now. Um, and so refurbished the entire car, and it took us a year and a half, for God's sakes. And he got that car back, and it was beautiful. Dad even painted it a sparkly, coppery gold color, unusual paint for back then. And revinyled the top and everything. He went out in 2 months and did the same damn thing.
With no consequences.
No consequences. So I'm like, okay, when I turn 16, guess what I'll get? I'll get a car and I'll take really good care of it. Go out and buy your own fucking car, bitch.
Wow.
But I was forced into work. I was babysitting by 9, not uncommon for us. All that
Mm-hmm.
babysitting money had to go to my mom because that's how I was paying for myself to be there. Because otherwise,
Oh yeah, I remember doing that too. You're parentified, having to raise your
yeah, I had to
siblings and take
regulate her
babysit.
emotions. I had to regulate her emotions, which I did a terrible job, obviously, because she just hated me because I was a terrible servant. And what you humping about, honey pepper?
I think she's agreeing with us, maybe.
Mm-hmm.
I
Yeah.
remember my mom take I worked at McDonald's in high school, and she took half of my checks and said that they were going to be she was going to save it up for an apartment for me for later. Well, she
Yeah.
kicked me out 2 months after my actually on her birthday, a month after I turned 18. And do you think I ever saw that money again for an apartment?
Not unless you were looking at her earrings or her makeup or her hair or her, not
Right.
unless you were looking at
And
that.
then she got the man that she adopted me with, went after him for back child support after she kicked me out.
Yeah. That's how rude. Yeah. Thank you, honey pepper. Yeah. She mistreated me. And it's my discard for my last narcissist when I was 56 and 58 now. And so, yes, the 2 years. And so in the past 2 years, this has been my wild, nonstop roller coaster through hell. Is just now. And that's what gets me. Just now. I'm just now realizing this. How rude.
Yeah. That's one of the hardest things is when we wake up so late and we're like, damn, couldn't this information would have been useful like 20 years ago, you
To
know?
even have a teacher, a pastor. I knew the police
Somebody.
officers because it was a tiny
Right.
town. Anybody go, hey, how are you doing?
Right.
But
Nobody
as a
saw you.
narcissist, yeah, as a narcissist parents, they keep you so hidden. They'll tell people about, she's special.
Yeah.
Wow, special
Narcissistic
because you
abuse.
kept hitting me in the head, but it just
Right? Like that had something to do with it. Narcissistic abuse takes time to realize. Yes, it does. Kelly says my 60th birthday. Okay, where did that go?
oh,
Um,
she redacted it.
oh, she retracted it. Okay.
Mr. or Mrs. Kelly. I'm hoping it's Miss, but um, whatever you got to say, as long as it's not sexual. Like, hey, baby, don't start anything with a hey, baby here. Speak. This is your truth. This is what we're all here for. This is the great thing about being around strangers and the ungreat thing. But this is a great thing here because we're all safe. This is the only reason I could ever say anything on I hate cameras. Hate them.
Hmm.
Hate them, hate them, hate them. Because,
Yeah, I didn't think I'd ever be doing this either, but even on days I don't want to show up, like it's just part of the healing. Holding yourself accountable, being around other people, not staying silent, like what I talked about earlier, because that's dangerous. It's
yeah,
dangerous.
it's dangerous because we were taught to believe that we do not have a voice. And if we
Right.
do have a voice, if we speak about what they were doing, because I did that one time in my teenage years. Ooh, I embarrassed her because I just casually spoke about things she had said and done to me in a group of her peers. And everybody was sat, it was a casual coffee, and she had to drag me along so I could serve the coffee, set up the tables, bring out the chairs, clean up Cinderella, right? And so
Mhm.
somebody had asked, well, Sharon, how are you doing? And I'm like, blah, 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 blah. And all of a sudden popped off simply because that's my problem of saying what she had done just before to me. And everybody, her peers, were at aghast of like, your mom did that? And they all looked at her, accountability, responsibility, and judgment.
Mhm.
Oh my God, she lost her mind in front of that entire crowd. And she's like, well, she's a little special. I'm like, Mom, I'm not special. Not how you're saying. You've had me tested
Mhm.
15 different times. I'm not slow. I'm not mentally retarded. The shoes upside of my head do cause a problem. And they're all like, what? No, because adults back then didn't want to hear about all that. You don't talk about
How
it.
old were
People
you? How old were you when you said all that?
either 14 or 16.
So did you still have the fear, like, okay, when I get home, she's going to beat my ass for standing up
Kind
and
of.
saying,
Yeah, it's set up front. I knew it, but it was all of her peers. She just got finished, you know, telling all of them what a crazy person, slow minded person I was and how unattractive I was. If she would lose weight, she'd be so much prettier, but I just can't get her to stop eating. And I'd popped off and I said, well, stop buying the food.
right? Ooh,
She was a
ooh,
dietitian. She was a
mic
dietitian.
drop.
Yeah.
Right, and a dietitian of all things. Oh,
Yep.
Kelly came back with her comment. She said, I just turned 60 years old and I say that to myself every single day. Why did it take me this long to realize that? I went through well with him. I really liked him. Yeah, I think it took us all. I think we all have that regret. Wouldn't you say that, like
Oh,
Sharon? That
yes. Projection.
we wish that we would have, woke up and realized all these things sooner. But like we feel
That's what I
like we
said.
wasted our life. But
Yeah.
some people never wake up. That's how I look at it.
Some
At
people,
least we know now.
do not ever forget the narcissists in our lives will die narcissists. They will never
Hmm.
have the enjoyment of light. They will never have the enjoyment of love because
Hmm.
enjoyment of love starts with you.
And like you were saying, we had that one live. Who else was it? Was it Deanna that was in nursing? There was another nurse in here because you had been in the medical field and you had
Yeah.
seen old people, narcissists with narcissistic traits, tendencies, or whatever, be
Hmm.
completely alone, you
Yeah.
know? So
Completely. I
a
used
lot
to
of
work
them,
in
I
nursing
guess.
homes that from 16 until, because this is the 80s before the 92 billings of human rights. um, I was working in nursing home. And,
Hmm.
that was well before our tiny little nursing home did not have all the great equipment they have now. So,
Hmm.
and in my small community, it was an Army retirement community also. And so we had these big, strong, strapping farmers, military people, um, nurses, and, all that stuff. And the ones that had loving family, my God, you couldn't even get into that room because they loved their parent. And I'm like, oh, I hope I get to
That's
have
so
that.
sad. I
And then the other
know.
ones is sat alone all the time and you could never figure out why. And then and at that time, I could go in, I would make sure I could read charts so I know, what did they like? What is their preference to provide. My mom and I worked in the same nursing home. My mom and my dad ended up working in the same nursing home. My brother worked there for a while because it was tiny. And I would go in and take a look at the chart, and it's like, if they like cherry cordial or if they like particular fruits and stuff, I'd go and tell my mom, and mom would have something special and for them. So
Hmm.
they'd have pears and things, or whatever special thing they wanted. And so it was just, I would go in and see all these people that were absolutely nobody visited them. They didn't even have nursing home friends. The nursing staff barely liked them. And I'm like, why? And so I go in and read, and these people had tons of kids, tons, even living in the area, won't come see them. So always remember, a narcissist will die how they lived, which is one, karma, two, justice from God.
And
Because
their health will always go before their ego.
no, their hairline goes well before their
And that too.
swear to God.
Let's see, Deanna. Deanna said I probably have some brain injury, however minor, from my mother's abusive husband causing my brother and I to smash our foreheads together on different occasions. Oh my gosh.
Yeah, that
That's
was funny to them.
insane.
Hmm.
Wow.
The
Projection, when
abuse.
your mom kept saying something's wrong with you, could have been quite possible she knew something was wrong with her. Yeah, projection 101.
Hmm.
Exactly.
Yeah. And now that I have a better view of things, I'm not saying the hairline,
The
absolutely.
hairline.
That's I know it occurs for some narcissistic women because I've seen it. That's why they have those lovely wigs. And I'm not saying wigs are for narcissists, but men, that's their God's curse, their hairline and early, you know, thinning and
Well,
just
that's why Robot shaved his head, because he had that big, you know, he stopped trying to
yeah.
grow it, so he'd shave it all the time. Let's see,
That's what I always try
Stargazer
to get.
says, I feel lucky compared to hearing about your early age and lifetime with narcissists. My first and only one didn't come till age 56 or 60 when I escaped. Makes me feel like I didn't have it so bad. You're blessed because it
Yeah.
sucks
Well,
when
it's
you
like
deal with
Glennis
this shit
says.
from being a child.
Yeah. It's like Glennis says, it's like if you don't know this, congratulations. It's a good thing.
Yes.
Don't feel bad
Honey
because you
Pepper
don't know it.
says,
Yeah.
yeah, don't feel bad. Feel very blessed.
Yeah. Feel
I
very
like
blessed.
Sharon. Come back again on Shredding Silence. You're making Honey Pepper crack up.
Yeah.
Accidentally fell out again, but I'm back. We were saying
Don't
that you're
feel
blessed,
yeah.
Stargazer.
Yeah. But yeah, no, I fall out on these lives all the time and then I'm screaming to nobody here in the house. And I'm like, I'm back. Holy
Like a narcissist screaming into the void.
yeah, oh God, But yeah, it's just projection. And that's the other thing I had to learn about. Everything that she had ever silently say to me, she'd always, in my face, in my ear, constantly. It was, and that I'm just now figuring it out. Oh, she didn't hate me. She hated herself. I mean, no, she did hate me, but she hated herself first. And then take a
Hmm.
further look. Her mother, my grandma, she was sold at 13 years old by her five older brothers to a 33-year-old man. And she was born my grandmother was born like 1898 or 99, something like that. I can't remember. So imagine being sold. You're just sold with some like five cows. That was the big joke in the family. She got sold with five
Well,
cows.
we were sold in a way. We were sold
Yeah.
being adopted, if you think about it.
Yeah. Same thing over and over again. And so
Hmm.
my mom's generation trauma came from hers. Hers probably came from her. And so now it gets to the point of like, oh, now that we've realized this was trauma, this was ingrained trauma, now we have to break it for the kids,
Hmm.
no matter what age they are, whether they're 2,
Yep.
22, 42, 52. Got to break it. And that's
Hmm.
hard. It's really, really
It is
hard.
hard. Yep. But it's better than the other. It's better than the other choice of staying in those toxic dynamics, because they want the easy. So it's easier for them to accept it and just call it normal, you
Like I
know?
said, they love you when you're compliant,
Oh, yeah.
you
Deanna, are
know.
you still in here?
Yep,
Yes.
she is.
Yeah, Stargazer came back. I'm blessed compared to length of time you ladies have had to deal with these monsters.
Yeah.
Yeah, it has
And
not been a
that's
fun ride.
yeah. That also gives us an overview of how we are supposed to handle our relationships. So, in my aspect, my mom was overbearing. So, in my responsibilities, I've had to recognize that it may not have been my intention to be overbearing, and everybody's going to have an idea of what overbearing is. But um, up until these last 2 years, my control freak has been excessive because I had to. I had to be hyper vigilant. I had to know, when you learn about who's coming by listening to their steps and their tone of voice and the smell coming in the
Hmm.
room when they're still 30 feet away from you.
Hmm.
That's your hypervigilant. I had to learn that. So I knew that whatever way my mom or dad walked, I knew whether to cower in my corner or I was safe to pop out.
Right.
So in my
Isn't that crazy
relationship,
how we're so
hmm
intuitive as children?
and so my relationships, I did the same thing because I thought that's how you handle it.
Hmm.
It's not. It's not. This is what I'm learning, and this is why I'm at this time. It's like I bought I bought one of the, or actually I bought several T-shirts in the coffee cup of shredding silence T-shirts, which I highly recommend. But
Yeah, I
it
got one
is.
on. This is the latest one, the
Oh
healing
yeah,
one. The
yeah,
words are backwards because of my camera, but it says healing one step at a time. And I like this color. I think it comes in white and gray and blue, but yeah,
yeah. My mother's
my
shite
mother's
husband, shite
husband
husband.
croaking shite.
Maybe it should have an e edit. I don't know, but yeah,
420. There's
yeah.
420 again.
Yes, we all need that half the damn time. I mean, I swear, more in my adulthood than ever in my childhood. So,
Yeah, it was us CDL holders cannot do that stuff.
yeah,
Trust me, I would if I could, but I cannot.
yeah, you can't even take the fun sleeper
I
gummies
can't.
that I have.
Yeah,
You
I
know,
can't even take the. Exactly, I can't even take the CBD.
no, can't even take the fun whisper of 420. It's almost 420, not really. It's diet 420. Can't even have that because they'll snatch your license in a heartbeat, and you're a woman.
Hmm.
So yeah, but
Hmm.
yeah, you learn through all your training of your child, and you carry that into your adulthood, and then when you finally realize, oh, that's my responsibility. So in my head, I'm like, well, if I ever get to see them again, the other part's like, hell no, stay the hell away from me, jackass. I don't want anybody like that around me ever again.
Yep, me
Because
neither.
all
Oh, and
those people, all they ever
he's
do.
teasing me. I forgot he's retired, so he says us retirees can do as we please. Well, smoke some for me then, please,
Okay,
friend.
Stargazer. My fun gummies are by a company called Canna River, and you get them online. And I use them to go to sleep, so my brain shuts off for once, and I can just go to sleep. Because like when you're in hypervigilance all the time and trying to heal all this stuff, the roller coaster still keeps going even when you're lying down to
Yeah, it's
rest.
hard to find the off switch. There's no off switch for that roller coaster.
I tend to think the off switch is in a former partner, and I need a bat, but I don't think that's going to work. Probably not legal. Probably not.
Okay, we'll meet at midnight.
Yeah. Okay. But yeah,
Thank you,
Canna River.
Stargazer.
Yeah. But yeah, and if you have pain, because over 50 you have any pain possible, you know, it makes a funny noise when I do this. And they have pain gummies gone. Or at least you don't care anymore. But it's what helps shut all that off and stop worrying, because
Uh-huh.
the more you worry, the more your body hurts. The more you worry, your
Yeah,
body hurts and your brain hurts. The more you worry, your body and your brain hurts. And then pretty soon you can't say what you want to say. You can't think clearly what you want to say. You know.
exactly.
But yeah.
Yeah, I know. He says it's good. You found something that will work for you. I have a dispensary 2/10 of a mile from my house, and for sleep meds, I take zolpidem. I'm not sure if I'm saying that right, which is Ambien and trazodone. My daughter takes trazodone. Yes,
Wow.
Glennis, I did work in a nursing home as a CNA back when you didn't need a license, just a certification. Yeah, I thought it was Deanna. You and Deanna were
Yeah.
in the medical.
Yeah.
Yeah,
And way back in the day, you didn't have to have all of that, you know. But now they have requirements, and it's still a terrible place to be, because now the insurance takes it over, and it rooks people out of tons and tons and in the 80s, it was $10,000 a month when I worked in a nursing home. That was the 80s.
uh, wow.
That's how much insurance was billing people. My record looking. I'm like, woo, $10,000 for this
Insurance,
place?
such a ripoff. Insurance. It's just a ripoff. Insurance is a narcissist.
Yes. 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 Ask Luigi Mangione how he resolved it. Anyway. Well, United owns most of it, and United has all those other little dark entities with them. But that's a whole other. That's a conspiracy channel I could be on. But
Yeah, that's a big old other can of worms.
whew,
We could be
that's a
talking
whole
about that all day.
that's a whole can of whoop ass. Just leave that case slot alone.
Yeah, yeah.
you know.
Yeah, the
But
rabbit
yeah,
hole is
it's
deep, ain't it? The rabbit hole is deep.
well, that's the whole thing. That's and when you were talking about when you felt like you were in a dark hole, it's a rabbit hole, and it keeps going and going and going. It never ends. And it's like
Mhm.
in the end, you drone out and kind of you transfer from rabbit because I don't know much about rabbits, but I know you do. Um, but you kind of go into the ant hive mentality because if you think about it, ants that are they're continual workers. That's all they do. All they do is work. That's all they
Mhm.
do. That's their only
Like
value. If they
me.
die, nobody cares.
I think I feel like an ant.
Yes. And you're constantly digging tunnels as you're creating your own rabbit hole. And so,
Mhm.
when all the content creators and psychologists tell you, do your research and whatever else, and you're like droned in and I'm sucked into another 1500 video to figure this crap out.
Mhm.
Um, yeah, pretty soon you just become an ant. And I was like, no, 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 no. So yeah, it's you have to pull back a little bit and start working on yourself. And so it's a wild ass ride. And right now I'm screaming, my inner child screaming, I want to get off the roller coaster, mom. And it's
I know. Can we stop now? I always say, like, when people say, "Oh my God, you're so strong. You're such a badass." Well, I'm done being a badass. I'm done being strong. I'm just done. It'd be nice just to enjoy life now after what all the shit we've been through and just go to our little runaway, hideaway, whatever we call it, retreat,
yeah, our
and just
solitude.
enjoy life.
Yeah, our
Yeah.
solitude, our personal solitude. um the
Mhm.
thing that's been getting to me, which just makes me laugh, um growing up in our Christian world, um because every narcissist is the best Christian ever.
Mhm.
um
Uh-huh. Uh-huh.
and mine was Catholic, so woo-hoo. um it's
Uh-oh.
uh-oh, what
Are we throwing around some not nice comments? What happened? What'd we miss?
did we miss? I was rambling.
Maybe she
What did I
retracted
say?
something.
James, I hate this statement if it was that. I don't know. Towards who? Yeah.
Hi, Crystal. Welcome in. How are you? Where are you from? We good. We good. Okay. Tell me
Yeah,
about
right, Honey
sharing the
Pepper. Honey
scriptures.
Pepper, when I was
Yes.
watching your story the other day, and it's like you come from a very Christian world and you actually believe in your Christianity. I applaud you. The narcissist sits in a pulpit. They sit in a pulpit. The movie
Mhm.
Little Nicky, best rendition of a narcissist right there. When it was it the Pope? Anyway, the Pope had was standing on a bed of hot burning coals. I'm like, yep, that's them all the way. Blessed and from
That's
Denver,
from
Colorado.
Denver, Colorado. Wow. How's your
Man,
weather
yeah.
there, Crystal?
The weather in Denver, Colorado is smoky. Anyway, yeah, but at least they have a lot of stuff paid for there. But damn, now I can't even remember what the hell I was going to say before.
Beautiful.
Um,
Nice.
always, I got to visit there 3 years ago, 4 years ago now, and everybody was awake at 5 a.m. walking. I'm like, what's wrong with you people? Go to bed.
I
Go to bed. But
wouldn't
the
mind
sun
living
was up.
there except for the snow and stuff. I don't like driving a semi truck in the snow. Best
And
Christian
mountains.
ever.
Yeah. Yeah. Best Christians ever. Yep. But and then the high cost of living in Colorado is extraordinary. And, and you can't
Everywhere.
bake a
Is
proper
there
cake.
anywhere really affordable? You
No,
can't
not
what?
anymore. The Colorado, the higher up in elevation you go, or any place like that, you have to have
Mhm.
different alternate baking temperatures because the
Yeah,
alter and height changes
right.
the rise in the cake. You know.
Right. I dealt with that when I lived in Big Bear. Big Bear Lake
Oh,
was
there you go.
7,000 feet
See,
elevation. Hella
it's hella
expensive.
expensive. Yeah.
Yeah.
So it's
Like,
hella
where's not
expensive,
expensive?
you know. And then the snow, which will cave in your house if you're not careful. And then you're trying to drive up, probably
Yep.
not as bad. The down. The
Yeah. Scary. Scary.
I'm ice skating in my brand new car, my brand new to me car, and I'm going to get another one after this ice skate. Yeah, you know, it's
Yeah.
beautiful,
White
but it's
knuckle
tough.
in it.
Oh my god, yeah, it'll put you through your rigors for sure. You know,
Honey pepper.
but yeah,
You're just
it's
cracking her up today.
that's the whole thing. Like I said, if we ever did have the opportunity to get together, you're in Nevada, so and I know that Henderson, Nevada is right next to Las Vegas, a lot less expensive and not so dang crazy crowded. It's packed full of crazies, don't get me wrong, but it's not as crowded. So, need to get together
Hmm.
and figure out like I don't know, hotels or something and all of us hang out for a weekend. That would be really
That,
really
that,
fun
that
actually.
would be, that would be so super fun. See, Deanna said, I heard years ago that statistically there's a above average number of psychopaths in certain professions, police for one. Oh, absolutely. Our government,
Police,
the HOA,
pastors,
police,
politics, all those
anybody in a
PP people.
position of power,
Yeah.
CEOs
Yeah.
for
Well, that's that whole thing
corporations.
because guess what those people get? All narcissists love limelight. That's why they can't stand you if you are actually needing help. You're needing support, just a flippin' hug, you know,
Hmm.
like you, Glennis. When Nathan passed, that was horrendous, ripping, just shattering. And Robot at the time said, whoop, gotta go. I gotta go find somebody
Hmm.
compliant to take care of me because I can't take care of her. You know,
Yeah.
that's got to be so heart wrenching when you figure that out. But that's all narcissists. They love the limelight. They love to be number one and have adjuration and just you know love me. I will give nothing back, but love me, and it's
Hmm.
and it's just
Yep.
as much as I say, I stay away from those people. How can you?
Yeah, because they're everywhere.
They're everywhere.
And that's why
If
we
they're
got to
not,
just learn the tools, how
yeah,
just not to engage with them and protect ourselves. People don't care unless it's happening to them. Yep.
that's
No,
right.
she's here, Diana. She didn't dip what? Dip the narcissist? Yes, she dipped that. Regular car is scary, even on dry land with the way people drive. Yep, certainly.
Yeah, no,
Every
no shit.
everybody's in a hurry. Oh, hi, Denise. Welcome in. How are you doing? Where are you from? How's it going? Yeah, they're not there for anybody.
No, and they're only
Horrible.
there for. And then when you finally connect in your head, and I'm like, why? When you look at your current relationship or your previous relationship, why were they that way? I gave them love. I gave them honor. I gave them cherishment. I gave them my entire soul, everything. Why they act that way? Why? Why they treat me
They
that
don't
way?
care because the black and the white, you're either all good or all bad. There's no in between with them. The minute you
Mm-mm.
call them out or you act like a human being,
Yeah.
it's all over.
The
Game over.
Yeah. Well, like I had said before, my training and how I reacted to my relationships was from my childhood. For a narcissist, their training on how they treat people is from their childhood. We both come from the same cloth. We're just ripped.
Mm-hmm.
The cloth is ripped.
Right.
So
Mm-hmm.
I think of empaths as the right side, and I think of narcissists as the left side, you know, because they're wrong. And
Uh-huh.
thank you, Crystal. Um, it's just kind of
And
like
honey.
we learn to overgive and overthink and consistently do it for years and years and years and years and years, and that's how we are because we were trained to do that. So even though I was hyper vigilant in all my relationships, I was still an overgiver,
Mm-hmm.
to where the narcissists have always been no givers. They're the original
Yep.
zero give a fucks, they give none. And
Right.
it was part of their training. And so me and my mouth and my pop off moments, um, when I was going through my final discard, which was June 3rd and ended on June 4th, hence the post that Glennis made. Thank you so much. Um, he was, berating and badgering and just, how much he hated me. And I'm like, good, don't let the door hit you where God split you. And,
Mm-hmm.
but, I'm like, you know what? I'm so glad you're acting this way. And he's like, what? Because I'd never said anything like that before. He's like, what do
Throw
you
him for
mean?
a loop.
Yeah. It's like, what do you mean? And this is where my horns popped. And I was like, because you're just like your mother, which
Ooh.
she was his abuser. So as
Mm-hmm.
an empath, you go, I'm never going to be like that parent that abused me or parents that abused me. I'm never going to be like that. So hence why we're the right cloth. But a narcissist will always turn out to be just like their abusive parents and worse.
Yeah.
And I got to
But they
meet
will
his
never
mother.
admit that.
No,
Yeah,
no.
they will never admit that.
And I met her. And in the first 5 minutes of meeting her, because she was coming to our house for the first time, and it was so cute, and blah, 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 blah. Boy, she had me ripped in like she had like 8 feet to walk into my house, and she just got me like that. Because I was in the middle of cooking dinner, as you're supposed to. And she just started getting me talking. She wanted to know everything about me. And it just seems so normal. And it's not. Because now that I had to think back about it, I'm like, she kept looking at the oven. And every time I'd go to turn to get to the oven to stir a pot, check the cornbread, whatever. Oh, no, 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 no. Wait, wait, wait. I got one more question. Guess who burnt dinner? She did it on purpose. She did it
Mm-hmm.
on purpose.
Yeah, I got to
Because
plug in my battery.
golden
To
child is
set
just
you up,
like the narcissist parent. Yes.
set you up to
Well,
fail.
yeah.
I am
And
from
they
the
don't even have to
Indian
be.
tribe. No fucks given. I am a star seed. Yes. Same,
Yes.
same. No fucks given here.
Yeah, no more. Honey Pepper, they don't even have to be the golden child. And sometimes I think they need to redefine golden child. And when we think of golden child, it's that one sibling of ours that got treated what we feel is much better.
Mm-hmm.
But in the same aspect, maybe we're the brass child, little dark, little tainted, little scarred up, but we're the ones that always received all the abuse, you know. But in the end, the golden child that received the narcissistic parents' admiration and so-called love, they went through their own abuses
Mm-hmm.
in different manners, and that's something that's always also sat upon me. I haven't talked to my brother in over 20 years. Once my parents completely passed and everything, I'm like, I'm out. And I have thought about it to try and find him and talk to him. Then the other half's like, oh, hell no. Uh-uh. Because now I know.
It's like,
More research, more acknowledgement, more education. Nah, he turned out just like her. I don't want him back.
right. That's like opening up Pandora's box again. We
They
don't
were
want to
abused
go
too, yes.
there.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's
The
unfortunate. They were abused. Yeah.
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 It's unfortunate any of us were abused. And so now it's up to us to make sure that the current children, whether they're under 18 or over 18, and the grandkids receive better,
Hmm.
acknowledgement.
To feel
Because,
seen and to
yeah,
feel heard. And I ran across this game the other day on Amazon, and I'd like to order it because I think it would be good, not only because we're like reparenting ourselves, it's like
yeah,
asking certain questions, like leaning in, making that child feel seen the way we all deserve to be. And I want to go
yes,
and order that. Maybe next live or the next upcoming lives, I can read through
yeah.
some of those cards, things that we all deserved as a child to feel and be seen. They
Yeah, it's not
participated in
about
the
video
abuse of the
games and cool
scapegoat.
clothes. It's all about being seen and loved and just feel
Yeah.
safe.
Time.
I never had a moment. I have to force myself to remind myself, just run up and hug my kid. I have to remind
Yeah.
myself every day because I never
And
had
then and
that.
just really slow down and like, how are you? Like, really?
And then
You
ask
know?
yourself that. How are you
Right.
today? How do you feel
Yeah,
right
because
now?
like I've already told you, like we can only meet people where we can meet ourselves. So
Yeah.
that's why when we open up more and I'm like, damn, I wish I could have done this with Nathan.
Yes.
Not for that he'd be open to it though, because they're in their own, you know, little world sometimes. And
Yeah.
it takes a minute. Like with my daughter Michelle, it's slow. It's a work in progress,
And you
you
have to
know.
take it slow. Everybody has to learn to trust each other. Honey Pepper,
And
but
it's
they feel like they participate. But I feel like they participated in the abuse of the scapegoat. Yes, they did. Why?
how they do because of the
Because
triangulation.
triangulation, and they wanted to stay safe. If mom or
Yeah,
dad is beating that sibling, they're not beating me.
right.
And
They
if
will pick
I,
you apart,
yeah, if
mother-in-law.
I beat on that sibling, I get gifts for it. My brother used to get gifts all the time because he was so horrible to me. He'd get gifts for it. You're such a good boy. No,
Yeah.
no. And,
That's self-protection, self-preservation for them, the golden children.
mhm. And then they end up not being golden. Their adulthoods are a wreck. Ours are a wreck.
Yes.
Theirs is horrible, even more because now they don't have that support because as we age, our parents age and they pass away, you know.
Mm-hmm.
And so the scapegoat has to take care of the dang funeral while the golden child's just back there receiving the accolades of, oh, your parents were awesome. Yeah, yes, they were.
Well, this scapegoat won't be planning nothing because
No, I know
I
you're
cut
not.
them off a long time ago. But I know not all of, some of them have, some survivors have not cut the cord yet.
You know, and it's
We're all
hard.
in a
It's hard to
different,
cut the cord.
different place. It is. It really is because then you wind up, when
Yeah.
you
And
pull
it's
out all
just,
the weeds and you got dirt, they'll pick you apart. Mother-in-law, they will pick you apart because most of the time they're jealous of you and they can't have anybody else. Their son liking someone better than them. Yeah, you know what it reminds me of? I don't know if you guys have seen that show on YouTube. I don't know what it's called, but it's about these crazy mothers that are so like have a weird relationship with their sons. That's how my adoptive mother was. She had a weird relationship with the golden child. Like it was almost
yeah,
like they were
some of
husband
them.
and wife kind of thing. It was
Yes.
really weird.
Yes.
Really
I will
weird.
let you know. My former partner and his mom took it that far. She did that to him as a child a lot.
That's so creepy.
It's
But
disgusting. She should have been just executed.
mhm.
There's so many more things she did to him. She allowed to have happened to him. And I'm like, and I knew that story before meeting her. And it was just, uh, just, I, and she looked like such, she's in her 70s and she looked like a sweet, oh, she was an alcoholic. Woo! And so she got sober. Woo! And then she met the love of her life, and been married for 30 some odd flipping years. And she became a Christian alcohol counselor at a church.
Mm.
And so my former partner hated church people. And I'm like, don't you think you hate church people because your mom? No. Church people are fake. And I'm like, then you don't know any real church people. You don't know any real Christians. And quite frankly, your mom's fake. But, don't you say that about my mom. It's back of like the you get so tired of the yo-yo all the time.
Yeah.
You get so wore out. There's nothing that you can say or do for a narcissist to ever appease them, because even if you do, what do? They move the
Move the
goalpost.
goalpost. Yep.
Yeah.
Scapegoat child had 6 siblings altogether, with him including his oldest one being beat up on and was always blamed. So he was a scapegoat. Enmeshment. I can't keep up with the Stargazer keeps falling out the door.
I did too all the time. That's like when you go to press on the comments, sometimes it'll lift the page up on your phone, and then all of a sudden it goes out, and then it says the live the live is ended.
Is
No.
ended. Wow. I can't
Yeah.
even make comments. It won't let me comment. When I first started doing the lives, I could comment on here, and now I can't. There's nowhere to put any comment. I don't understand it.
Remember, computers are here to help us.
Yes.
Yes.
Always.
Help us into the funny farm.
Every time I slide the screen up, I get kicked out and I have to get back in. Got to learn to not do that when I'm at
Yep.
live.
Told you.
It's okay. I'll leave the door open for you. This is a
Yeah.
great live today. Thank you, Honey
Yeah.
Pepper. And thank you all guys for being here. Does anyone else want to come on and talk? Comment jail. I guess you can comment with your voice instead of text. Yeah, that's true. But sometimes,
Yeah.
like when someone's talking, like when Sharon's talking, I don't want to interrupt her, and then I don't want to ignore you guys. So it's hard to keep up. I can't.
We
Driving
need
me
another.
crazy every time I get kicked out.
Mm-hmm. I got kicked out earlier because I was going to try and make a comment, and it swiped up, and I'm like, no, because you can't choke a phone. Christian
Christian
covert
covert
over
over
narcissist
narcissist.
is the worst ones. Yes, they are.
Yeah,
Yes, they are,
coverts
because
are horrible. Yeah.
yeah,
Oh
because
God, be careful for those nice, sweet, quiet, shy type that are very charming,
yeah.
especially if they're in church. I was trying to
Oh,
come on at the same time as Sharon. Oh, you were? Did you want to come on, Deanna? God, I
now I
wish
got
we
to
could
figure
all
out
be
how to
on
get rid of
here.
this.
No, this sucks because I don't want to kick you off. But I wish we could all talk. I'll when I get off today, I'll figure out how to get that one program so I can have more than one person on here. You have
Yeah,
to have another device watching the live to make a comment. Oh, I do? Okay. Let me see if
yeah.
I'm
So
just
I
going to
got to be
experiment.
careful not to swipe up. Exactly, Stargazer. They had to retrain all of us to go from regular typing. Remember typing class? I failed it twice. Regular typing. Don't even ask about it when I had to take dictation. I'm like, what? You want what? No. And and then had to relearn texting. And don't forget, we're old enough to understand that texting is not what it is today. It's not easy. In the beginning, you had to, dang it, erase,
Right.
erase, 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 erase.
It will look like the Brady Bunch if you all came out. That would be fun.
Don't
See
forget,
that
we're
like
old
on
enough to
TikTok
understand
is
that
like that.
texting is not what it is today.
Oh wow, I can't
It's
do
not
that
easy.
because I got
In
you
the
going on
beginning, you
my
had to,
computer now and you're delayed.
dang it,
Right.
erase, 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 erase.
This ain't gonna work. Look like the Brady Bunch if you all came out. That would be fun.
Don't
See
forget,
that
we're
like
old
on
enough to
TikTok
understand
is
that
like, this ain't
texting
gonna
is not
work.
what it is today.
Oh wow, I
Gotta
can't
stop
stop
this
this
because
because I
I
don't know
got
if
you
you
going
guys
on
can
my
hear the
computer
echo.
now, and you're delayed. Dang it.
Boy, technology. This ain't gonna work. All right,
Yeah.
I had to pause them.
Oh, Deanna, if we all came out like the Brady Bunch, we'd be the modern Brady Bunch. It'd be 2 lesbians and a whole bunch of daughters and a couple boys in there. It'd be the modern Brady Bunch, a lesbian loving
Uh-huh.
family.
Yes, welcome back again, Stargazer. You have to turn it down though. Okay, yeah, I'll turn it down. I see I don't really need to comment on anything right now, but I'm a guy, so we got a shot. Tell me all the household skills and cooking. Are these old?
Yeah.
Oh, I gotta catch them.
Shop. Got a shop. We got shop yeah. I learned from my grandmother also. My mom's mom. That's a
And
whole
said
other story.
hello.
Yeah. But I learned from
So
my grandma because when we'd go up north to go visit grandma on mom's side only, I only knew her side of the family. We weren't allowed to go see dad's side of the family. You know, whatever.
was your grandma a safe person?
Yes.
Yes. So you
Because
were
like I said,
close to
she
her?
was sold at 13 and then had 10 children year after year after year after year
Oh my
after year.
goodness.
All the kids are only one
Thank
year
you, honey
apart, basically.
pepper.
Yeah. So yeah, it's when you have to stop and take a look at everything. How did you get here? How did you end up here? And it's just like it's not just you. The generational trauma goes back at least 5 people. And a solid 3 of them you don't even know who they were.
Hmm.
Never even heard of them. And I was like, I have to cure all that?
Yeah,
You know.
it's kind of fucked up. Generational trauma is really not fair.
Yeah.
Inheriting all
It's
this bullshit. Home economics was the
yep.
most useful part of high school. I agree. I think Glennis is asking Stargazer about his grandmother, but I could be wrong. No, I was asking Sharon if she felt safe with her grandmother because I don't remember ever having any safe family members to go to. Maybe my one grandma from my father's side who never adopted me, but
Yeah.
she tried to tell me I was adopted. And my mom and her did not like each other, you know. And
Yeah.
my mom would say, don't listen to your grandma. She's lying. You are not adopted. When years later, when I turned 16, she told me, guess what? I was adopted.
Yeah. That was the same thing. All of my when we go up north to go visit the mom's family, all of my cousins, you have 9 siblings, they're all going to have how many children? So all my cousins and you're adopted, you're adopted, you're adopted, crazy normal stuff for Gen Xers. And so I'd go to my mom and I'm like, am I adopted? No, no,
Right.
look, you look just like your grandma.
Right.
My grandmother was 5'2" and jet black hair.
Yeah, that's a no
I
bueno. I
was,
don't believe that.
yeah, and she had brown eyes, and I've always had blue eyes. And it's just like, wait a minute, we'd already learned genetics,
Hmm.
you know, and yeah, so the gaslighting runs so deep with them.
Yeah.
That's what as children, like I said, we're just a sponge of love, or need to be fed more love. But it's just like when you are fed gaslighting and torment all the time, it makes it really
Hmm.
hard to discern things, you know, in our life. And then we learn what discernment is supposed to be. It's like, well, how do I implement that? Because if I implement that, I'll definitely hurt some feelings. No, I'll
Right.
hurt everybody else's feelings. you
Yeah.
know?
And we were taught to and conditioned to manage everybody's emotions growing
Yes.
up.
Yeah. We had to parentify our parents. We had to parentify our elder siblings. We had to parentify our elder extended family. We had to parentify our teachers. We had to parentify all elders.
Everybody.
Yeah.
And Stargazer, my grandmother saying she didn't want me to have to rely on a woman to cook and clean and take care of myself. So she taught me everything. That's good
That's a
grandmother.
good
Were
grandmother.
you close to her? Were you close to her then, Stargazer? That's good. And I wish that more grandparents and parents would teach their daughters and sons, especially daughters, not to rely on a man to take care of them because that's how a lot of them get trapped. It's the whole
Mm-hmm.
freaking Cinderella thing. All the Disney princess movies I cannot stand because they lied to us. They lied to
Mm-hmm.
little girls that you need to be rescued. You need a man to feel happy. And once you find a man, everything's going to be all great and happy, sunshine, rainbows. No, the fuck it's not.
Once you're in a relation, once you got somebody tied down, then you have value, then you have worth, then you are seen. And that's not
Mm-hmm.
true. You are seen more as the evil child than you are as a worthy person.
Mm-hmm.
You know, if you're
Yeah.
worthy, then all you got is jealous eyes. If you're considered to be a pain in the butt, oh, everybody's on you. Everybody wants to talk
Uh-huh.
about how bad you
Yeah.
are.
There's no winning. It's a no win. No win. And Honey Pepper said, "My at least my parents are still alive. I can stick it to them for being abusive. I feel for those who didn't get to confront them. I didn't
Yeah.
confront my adoptive mother. I just cut her off because I knew she was never going to come clean. What was that like for you, Honey Pepper? How did that go? And Sharon, if you could do that, because I know you've talked about, if you could dig up your mother, what
Oh
would you say to her?
no. The first question is, if I could dig up my mother,
What would you do to her?
I have to have a psychotherapy talk with myself to put down the damn shovel and don't cut her head off. Because,
Hmm.
yeah, because your first reaction is to give it back to her. But after I have my psychotherapy talk, sitting in the graveyard trying to kill ghosts, um, it would be like, I got you now. I understand you. I understand you now. And she'd be like, oh, you don't understand shit. I'm like, yeah, I do. Yeah, I do.
Right.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry you went through that. I'm sorry you put me through that. And I'm not going to do that again. I have made my own
Hmm.
mistakes. And I'm not going to do that to my child or any other
Hmm.
child, you know. And that would be, and then maybe violence would come in, but that's going to look weird in a graveyard. It's,
I don't know
oh,
if
yeah.
you'd feel the contact.
Oh, I'd be reaching for her
Your
ears a
hand would go
minute to
right through
drag her
them,
everywhere, you know. But
right?
in that same aspect, it would be
That's
my
understandable.
dad. Yeah, my parents are buried in a military graveyard. Top honors for dad. And so when they do that, whoever goes first gets buried 12 feet down. Whoever goes second gets buried 6 feet down, but they're on top of each other. And the gravestones are switched. Like my dad or my mom passed away first, and so at first it was her headstone facing out towards the grave, and then when dad passed, they turned it to where hers is in the back and his is up front, but they're both buried in the same column. And so yeah, to go
Hmm.
find her, I'd have to dig him up. So yeah, I'd have a couple,
Oh
ghost fights
boy,
in the graveyard. Oh, what a TikTok that'd be.
I know, right? You'd go viral for sure.
After jail,
Oh, it's with
sure.
Stargazer. Stargazer said my grandmother was extremely strict, never ever let me outside. When I was 19, I came over one day. I was snooping in her bedroom dresser drawer. She was adopted. My father from her brother. Oh, that's interesting. What did that feel like? Like a slap in the face?
Yeah,
Honey,
twisted.
Honey Pepper said, put firm boundaries down to leave notes and did not ever speak to me. She's left 2 notes since. What'd they
Yeah.
say, Honey Pepper? When I confronted her about it, hidden from me to change the subject and never talk about it again. Past family,
Mhm.
grandparents. She was my only great aunt. So shove it under the rug, basically,
Yeah.
which that they like to do. Older generations. Years ago, I had a dream I buried my mother. In the dream, she was still alive, but very frail and underweight. It was symbolic. She was dead to me. Wow, that's crazy.
Yes. Yes.
Sharon, you just had a dream. You just had a dream recently. I don't know if you want to share it because you had your
I
2 year get the fuck out anniversary date.
yeah.
Can you share
My
that with
my
the group?
yeah. My former partner, who is a narcissist, I right before the date, which was last week, I had a dream, and I was in my house by myself, not a problem, and my doorbell rang, and I have a Ring camera, and so I pull it up on my phone, and I see him, which I have not seen him since he's left. So I'm lucky in
Mm-hmm.
that aspect because Glennis can tell you it's not fun to see them. It's very
Mm-mm.
hurtful and kind of concerning because they're assholes. Um, so I have not seen him at all. And so I'm yeah, in my dream, I push the talk button for the Ring camera and I'm like, what do you want? and Of course, he does the narcissistic thing. I love you. I miss you. I made a mistake. I'm like, yeah, the hell you did. And so in my dream, in my dream, I'm saying everything I ever should have ever said. And he's like, I love you. And we should be together. And I'm like, hell no, on high water. Go drown. I no, no. In our 4-year time, you have shown me exactly who you are. And that's exactly who I do not want to ever be with or ever become. So
Hmm.
in my dream, since I'm yelling at him through the Ring camera, he's on the porch just trying to destroy the stuff on my porch, which, as a woman with yard art, you don't do that. And so I
Hmm.
go swing open my door, and he comes running to my screen door and tries to open, and I lock it because in my dream that tiny little click lock is supposed to actually do something for a psycho. And he's like, "Let me in the house, let me in." I'm like, "Oh hell no, 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 you're not ever getting access to this again. Get over it. I am done. I don't want anything to do with you." He's like, "But I love you. Your love sucks. Your love sucks." Glennis, you know what my
Hmm.
favorite phrase is? Sucks like donkey dick. And I'm like, your love sucks like donkey dick.
Yep.
And um, so yeah, it's like I'm behind my screen door and he's just out there doing his thing. And it's like in my dream, in the end, it was just like the more he's wailing and crying and sliding up and down the walls and out on the porch and trying to rip down the railing and everything, he starts shrinking and shrinking and shrinking into a small child.
That's
you
awesome.
know
Because
and
that's exactly
so
what they are.
yeah, I seen him for who he was, and then in my dream I just started bursting out laughter, and I double checked my screen door lock. I was like, fuck off. I'm calling the cops. Slam the door, double triple lock it, psycho lock it. And then I wake up, my dogs are just looking at me like, you okay? No, guys, I'm never okay. Time to go pee. And you know it's just it's interesting to have those clarification dreams, and that's what I call them, because it's just like, to me, God has such an interesting way of showing you things that it may not be the butterfly floating by, it may not be the rainbow, but sometimes there is small signals. And then for me, when I finally get clarifications, it's always in a dream, and I get to see things to where I did not have a human eye for at the time. So yeah, when he
That's so
shrunk down to
awesome.
the yeah, when he shrunk down to the small
That is such an
child.
awesome visual.
Yeah.
That'd be
it-
so helpful for people that are still in the situation with the narcissist. Is when they're talking at you. Remember the thing where people would say, "Oh, just imagine someone in their underwear, so you don't feel." But imagine the narcissist
ooh,
shrunk down, just like in your dream, because that's what they are. They're children. They are stunted emotionally, overgrown children.
yeah. And then that's the whole thing. I never want to see Sloth from Goonies in his underwear. I don't want to see Sloth in his underwear. Oh, oh.
Uh,
Take your candy bar and
uh,
leave, dude. Go with Chunk. Just go. But yeah, it doesn't help if you see them.
petulant.
It's kind of like, well, in visualize. I always heard them and visualize them naked, and it took me many years to understand that. I'm like, nudity is our actual vulnerability, because our vulnerability was brought on to us because the whole Adam and Eve eating an apple thing, and it's like their nudity was vulnerability. They're innocent child and had no adult thought. That's what we're told. And so it's just like, once you start having all those thoughts and stuff, then you're vulnerable. You know your capabilities. And I I never did like being. As a child, I wanted to be an actress, but I couldn't stand being in front of people because of all the judgment I'd ever received in my entire family. So it was a constant back and forth. So yeah, it's just Yeah, you don't want to you don't want to envision them in a vulnerable space. You don't want somebody in an absolute vulnerable space. You want them to be authentic, not something else for your comfort.
Mm-hmm.
That's how you discern to make people real. I want you to be real. I can now see, thanks to all the education, I can now see the difference of when somebody's projecting at me. You know,
Mm-hmm.
and I hate the sheer fact that after 56 years, I only figured it out. But it's better than
I know.
never seeing it or
Never.
being,
Right.
you know, being
Or
being way
continuing
too
to
old
be
to
in those
change it.
dynamics where, right,
Yeah,
or continuing to, let people have that control over you.
yeah,
And
because that's what it
when you
is. If
see
someone's
right through it,
Yeah, if someone's masking you or masking in front of you, they're trying to control you. And I've had enough. I don't really go
you know what?
outside much. Yeah.
You know what I've realized? We haven't got any haters in here, like projectors and like, narcissists that'll usually pop in on every live. We haven't got any of that. You
Dang.
know? They all
Well,
try to come
Deanna's
in
there
here.
for me. Deanna's there to
Yeah, you guys have
cut them
been
out.
doing great. You guys have been doing great with that and keeping this a safe space for everybody. So I always
Yeah.
appreciate you. Never knew my
But
grand. The comments have got out of hand. I am so behind.
years
Blows my
ago I had a
mind,
dream.
Deanna. And
Yeah.
crazy year's official
Yep,
birth
and it
certificate I
sucks
got
that
does
I
not
don't
have a
get to
mother
know
father.
anything about
Oh, you have a
generations
fake birth certificate too, Stargazer? So do I.
trying to guilt trip me about my spiritual and still ask me for money. They always after money? Even if you got like a dime, they want your dime, and then they want you to go out and get a loan for another dime because they
I don't
love
know.
you.
Robot was the opposite. Robot was the opposite. He was really generous. He used his money as a weapon
Yeah.
to look generous and like giving, the good guy image. Powerful conversation. Just saying hi. Hi, Hava Java. Hava Java. That's fun to say. Hava Java.
Uh, um. Let me see. Deanna asked, "Do you wish you could ask your ancestors questions?" Yes. Now, for us adoptees, we have the immediate family. I do not know my. I don't know exactly. I don't know the people I came from, so I would have two different stories to come from. So for me, I'd have to go back to Germany and really do some research and stuff. Man, when President Merkel was like, when Trump was first in office, and in all the European countries are like, come back, we will accept you. I thought about it, but thank God I didn't. you know, our freedoms are going here. They're leaving us, but it's worse over in Europe. So thank God I didn't move there. But yes, I think talking to ancestors would be very interesting. And not in the Houdini manner either. I don't need a séance. It's a whole invitation. I don't. Mm-mm. Mm-mm. you know. But yes, entire conversations with like immediate family members that you grew up with. But would they be honest? Would they honestly answer your questions? Or would they continue
Yeah,
to
that's a good
gaslight you?
question.
Yeah.
Yeah, and avoid it. And shh, we don't talk about those things.
Or if you had your living family member, if you had that opportunity for a living family member that you don't talk to anymore to come back, would they even stay in the room or would they even show up? Because they know that everybody knows what they did. If
Hachi?
if what's going on with Hachi?
I don't know. I thought my dog was dead
No, no.
because no, because Hachi went up to Mocha. Mocha looks like she's dead sometimes when she sleeps.
hmm
And Hachi was over there licking at her, and so it scared me for a minute because you know how dogs know. But she's just passed out a lot because she opened her eyes a little bit. Like I'm scared because she's sick. My dog is sick. Mocha.
Yeah. Stargazer. Yes, I would love to know more about my parents. My mother would take me on occasions that suited her and discarded me at 15, and I've never seen her since.
Hi,
Yeah.
Patricia. 68
I would
years
love
old and
to
had no
know
family
the
members.
generational curse that I had to overcome and which family member had. All the family members had them. That's the generational curse is a generational trauma. The breaker is you. You have to understand, you have to go back what your parental units were doing in your life and why they were doing that. You have to go back and you have to go back and you have to go back because everybody brings along. They're scientifically, they're realizing that all of our traumas sit cellularly within us, men and women, and all the toaster ovens. It, it sits within our cells. So as women, when we give birth, or as men, as you provide for the woman to get birth, your cellulars and our cellulars get together and everybody does their thing, but we pass down our trauma, not just environmentally, but cellularly. So you, as the now adult, you have to change. You have to take the responsibility. You have to take your action so your children can take better environmental action. That cellular disorder will be within all of us, within our entire line. But as each child is born, if there's a luck in that, um, it can alter. Because if your environment is better, all that negativity will become lessened and it'll be something that'll go towards the past. You know, so that's the difficulty. You take on all that generational trauma, like I said, of people you don't even know.
Yeah, it's so not fair. Like, we just inherit all this shit we didn't ask for. It's like an HOA. We didn't ask for it.
Funny dreams, yeah. Yeah. But in my phrasing, I always say that's a million. I've upped it because of inflation. That's $1 billion question or a God question. You're either going to get $1 billion first or you're going to meet God. Either way, you're going to find the answer. In my luck, I'll get the $1 billion and then I'll meet God. It's like, dang it. I was just about to be great here. So my
Breaker
father
was
was her
Jesus.
nephew. So instead of grandmother, she was actually my great aunt. Yeah. All these interesting little experiments that they did. All governments did lots of experiments concerning shifting children around. I encourage people to look up orphan trains. So orphan trains came from like the great big cities and then went through the Midwest in the early 1900s, just dropping kids off. Hey, you want a kid? Hey, you want a kid? Look into this. Your fact. If you didn't want your kid, and I'm not lying about it, look it up. If you didn't want your kid, and everybody back then had, my dad came from 16. My mom came from 10. If you didn't want your kid, you could actually stuff them and put them in the post office, literally in the post office and mail them somewhere.
Wow.
The government allowed that. Look it up. But they never once thought, we're a great experiment. They never once thought the trauma of that. They never had a concept of trauma. You're just supposed to get over it.
Yeah. Move
You
on.
know? Yeah. Just move. Shut up.
Sharon,
Shut
if you
up.
make
Move
a
on.
channel, I'll subscribe. I keep encouraging her to make a channel.
Do you know how many times I'd be
She's full
banned?
of
I'd be banned all the time.
for what?
Foul language.
You can cuss on YouTube.
That's why we're on YouTube. You
TikTok
know.
TikTok might be a little bit. I don't know, but there's a lot of creators that one I forgot her name, but she talks about generational trauma and every other word out of her mouth is fuck. So she's okay. Her channel's still alive.
Yeah, God does not have mother or father. Wow. Yeah. See,
Just
my
don't know
birth
how to come
certificate's
back
all in
like you've
German.
discovered.
Yeah, mine's all in German. I wanted to go to college in my later years. I wanted to go back and learn welding, and they're like, "Well, you have to sign. You have to get your birth certificate to show that you're an American." Well, of course, I was an American citizen. That was part of my adoption because I was adopted as a baby, and that was part of the German agreement to America. Since we went over there in World War II, and Concord, whatever, yeah, whatever. We got to have free adoption for 25 years afterwards. And so all the German ladies that were conquered, because we still have that in our military. When you win your war, you can pillage and conquer. So set the village on fire and rape everybody in sight. If there was a baby that came out of it, we took the babies. Not uncommon for most countries. So my adoption kind of went through fairly quickly, even though I was born in the late 60s. It was still that time. And so for me to get a birth certificate, I had to join a Catholic church because they're the only ones that had the proper information. That was insane. Got my birth certificate all in German, and then I still couldn't have joined that college without being a foreign student. I'm like, I'm not foreign. I'm just as crazy as everybody else here. I was born. My biological mother had me. My weird story is that what my mom always told me was that her and dad would just go visit on the weekend sometimes, and look at me. Then they got transferred back to the United States, had to come back real quick because the government has to mess everything up. And then where they were
Yes.
staying, my biological mother and her family would come down and visit me in Germany. And that was the Bamberg area. And so she got to see me, but I never seen her. And then, it was just kind of one of those things. But from what I was always told, which I know is probably not the truth, yeah, she just gave birth and handed me off. And I'm like, no, that's not how it works. But okay, you know, there's a much deeper story to it, and I have some information, but barely a page of information on it. And yeah, I would have to go really, really dig deep. But then my fear in that is like I've already had one family that was not great. So do I want to go to a country of a time that was literally war torn, and see what their generational trauma is? That, yeah, no. I noticed no clowns today. Yep, exactly. Powerful conversation, just saying. Okay. Everything from them is made because it's control. Yeah. I was stationed in Bumholder. Yeah. Yeah. It that'd be my place I'd want to go visit, but probably not anymore, unfortunately. It's those immigrant takeovers have been really not great for Europe at all. They're doing not great here, so you know. But yeah, it's generational trauma is a tricky thing, but you have to get through it. And it's just you can educate yourself on information about your extended family, your parents and stuff, but in the end, it still goes on you to break everything. And that's the hard part because it is, you want to be angry, you want to be mad. Why did I have to do? I don't want to do this. Yeah, Bamberg's beautiful. I would love to go, back to Bamberg and go on the hiking trails and stuff. You know, the thing that I want to do the most, yeah, I want to go to Germany, and I want to go, like, they don't necessarily have Thanksgiving, but go right prior and go see the Krampusnacht, and go to all the Krampusnacht, and it's like shove my son out there. He deserves a whooping, but I would love to see all that. But yeah, so all right, are you dead tired yet, Glennis?
I'm just kind of worried about Mocha. She's all shaky and
Uh
she's been
oh, is
throwing
she?
up a lot lately. Yeah.
Oh, do you
I
need to
don't know
switch
what her
out food
deal
again?
is. Oh. I don't know. I had to get her some pumpkin. Hi, Charlotte. I think she's new in the room.
Hey, yes,
Starts
it
with us to
starts with
break the
us to break
generational trauma.
generational trauma. Yeah,
It
that's
sucks.
well,
Like
I think
generational trauma is such a thief. That's such a thief of families, a thief of.
it's
I
a
get
thief in
really
the
angry
darkness.
about it.
Yeah, it's a
Yeah,
thief in the,
I
because you
just
don't
it.
see it coming. You don't even know it's there.
Yeah,
It
and
would
then
be
when you
like,
wake up and other people don't wake up, like other family members don't wake up, and like nobody gets it, and then you feel like you're on some other planet that you've just been dropped off at. You know.
I, I, I think it's like being a fish in the ocean and you're living your wonderful little fish life, doing whatever fishes do. Pick one, I don't care. And then all of a sudden somebody goes, "Hey, you want to go to the top?" What the hell's the top? Look
Hmm.
up, you know. Well, hell, I didn't know that was up there. And then all of a sudden, they tease you and they dare you and they tease you and Nemo all over again. And all of a sudden, there's a whole other world
Yeah,
out
the
there.
butt. You dare me to touch the butt? You
I
dare me to
touched the
touch
butt
the
too
butt?
much.
Remember that?
I'm Mark. You made my ink. you know. But yeah, it's a whole other world, and it's nice to be over here. But it's just like I often think of the yin and yang. Yin and yang is light and dark, and the light has a bit of dark in it, and the dark has a little bit of light in it. And so it's but they don't ever cross over really on all the pictures. But I'm sure in philosophy, I'm sure they do, and it's balance and everything. But it's really hard to cross over from one to the other. I mean,
Hmm.
I like my isolation and just my close people. I have a very small circle now, very 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 small circle, and I'm okay with that. And
Yeah. How many
but
of you can relate to that? When you get
yeah,
out of narcissistic abuse, small circle.
yeah, because
Yeah, because you got to
they
protect
gotta
their
know
peace now.
everybody. Narcissists gotta know everybody, and they have to be loved by everybody. And I'm like, nah,
Yep.
no, I don't want all that. Even if you
We don't
go
need all
to
that outside validation.
yes, I mean, you can't even take a narcissist to Walmart for God's sakes without them flirting with the clerk, flirting with the stalker, flirting with a goddamn banana, flirting with,
Mm.
stop holding up peaches and looking at me. It's freaky. I'm just here for salad and socks. Okay, leave me alone. And I now I just have like, very, very big fears of big crowds like that. And I used to love all that stuff, not the crowd. Like going to, like, my son and I loved Walking Dead, and we went to tons of Walking Dead conventions, tons of them. I got to meet all the actors, and I got to do stupid shit there and buy things I will never use. Now you couldn't pay me. You could not pay me to go to those places because when you understand energy, your energy is your
Yep.
energy. But the sheer fact of anyone standing in front of you, if they're really like a dark triad or dark quad, whatever, they can suck your energy like a
Hmm.
freaking dementor standing 2 feet away from you.
Hmm.
They can do it 6 feet away. So in a convention area, you're literally bumping shoulders and rubbing elbows, and you're right there with someone. So I'm like, no, I don't even know these people. I don't. Nobody's sucking up my energy or pickpocketing me today. So it's like, yeah, Walmart,
Right.
big places, rock concerts. Yeah, I'll. Glennis knows I'll park in a corner because that's safe.
Hmm.
It's a military
Yeah.
thing. You park in the back, and that way you have an entire view of what's in front of you, the impending doom. So, but yeah, and grocery store, and I used to love grocery store shopping. I love to, oh God, love to go to grocery stores and see all the fun stuff. But no,
Yeah.
now I'm an online orderer, and
Yeah. Thank God for ordering online. But when I do have to go to Walmart, I won't park like in the regular parking lot. I will go back around where the automotive is, away
yeah,
from everybody. But
yeah,
going into Walmart's just bad enough in
mm-mm,
itself. But try to get
mm-mm.
in and get out. Can we see the dogs, Glennis, if you get a minute?
Yes.
Here's Mocha. I don't think she's feeling very good, but this is Mocha. She's
Oh,
got some health issues, like liver issues and a heart murmur, and She's been throwing up lately. Hachi. This is Hachi.
Hachi's on her spot. Don't touch her
Is she?
spot.
Yeah. Hi, Hachi. Say hi.
Yeah, whatever.
She looks not amused.
Where is
Yeah.
BB?
She's like, BB. I don't see her. She might be up. She's been sleeping at the top of the stairs lately, kind of like she's in a tree.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, they're my fur babies. Hachi has been, I've had her since she was like a year old. She's like 16 or 17 now. I lost track. She's been through me, with me through some shit, a lot of
Mm-hmm.
stuff.
And seeing all
So
of it. Yeah, it's when you
when I
stop and
lose her,
think
I'm
about
going
it.
to be devastated.
Yeah, it's like
They love you
you're,
unconditionally.
yeah, your kids see everything that you're going through. Your animals, including fish in the tank, for God's sakes, fish they see everything you're
Mhm.
going through, and it
Mhm.
impacts everybody. The aura or the being of a narcissist
And the
infects everything.
vibrations, they know. Yeah,
Yeah,
they
and
feel it.
that's a whole other
Animals pick
thing.
up on people very quickly.
Yeah, my dog Jack, and I got Jack when I was with my former, and Jack did not really like him at all. He
Hmm.
would sit in my lap, even as a puppy, would sit in my lap and just grr at him, and I'm like, "What you grrring at?" Because he was just a puppy, you know. Puppies talk a lot of stuff, but it was. And then I finally figured it out, because it was and I love my dog. I love my dog. I have a Jack Russell Terrier, or a terrorist, if you actually know. They're the
Oops.
zoomies that they have, and the energy
You
that they
went out
have
for a
is
minute and now I
high, high,
can't hear
high.
you.
And so
There we go.
when I
That's
wasn't
weird. Now the
around,
sound's all jacked up.
he would torture the dog because I love the dog.
Things like, look at you sitting there in that chair like Queen Sheba. And instead of, being proud of me and putting the flower on me and taking pictures, God, I'm having technical difficulties. Now you went out the door for a minute and came right back, and now I can't hear you. I don't know what's going on.
Computers are here to help us.
Now, remember the trouble we were having with Honey Pepper?
Yep.
Same thing's happening. I can hear you, but barely now. What the heck, man?
Okay. Crazy. Can you hear me now?
No, it's the same.
Oh hell.
I don't know why it does that. Stupid technology. So, all right, I'll do the best I can to read your lips. My ex narc partner was horrible about me loving my beagle, part of why I ended it. Yeah, they get
Yeah.
jealous even over the animals, everything that takes away from them, and they're mean
Yeah.
to them.
Yeah. Because they can be
You got baby
narcissists.
ducks. Can we see your baby ducks?
Narcissists. In the early conversation, narcissist. I have to speak slow now. Narcissists hate everyone. So
Yes.
they will take sexual supply from men, women, their own children, and animals. Part of their sexual arousal is torture.
Hmm.
So if they can harm your beloved pet, they will.
Yeah, I've heard so many stories about that where they go after the animals. If there's not children involved, they'll go after the animals because they know that's dearest to you.
Yeah.
Whatever is dearest to you.
Yeah.
Baby ducks. I can show you when I get a chance.
Yeah.
Aw. I have a coworker that has two baby ducks and a grown duck. He used to do lives as a pet.
Yeah. But yeah. All these fun wonderful things you get to learn about narcissism that make you sick. Because they're not sick. In their head, in a narcissist's head, they are not sick. They're fine. You're the problem.
Hmm. Everybody else is the problem.
Yes,
Yeah.
everyone else is the problem. But
There's never any
they,
self reflection.
no, they can't, because then they'd take responsibility or accountability. But they think that you think exactly like them.
Hmm.
So if
Yeah,
they're,
like you're cheating. You think the
yes,
way they do. You're going to do this. And they think that you're 10 steps ahead of them when they're actually 20 ahead of you. And
yeah, I'm
glad
in
you
my
could join
normal
in the
realm
chat
and they're
on
in
this.
their realm of hell. It's a constant. And you don't, when you meet these people, you have no clue that they're in a realm of hell. They
Hmm.
have their sob story. Oh, poor pity me. And you could connect with them because, like, oh yeah, well, I had that happen to me and I had that happen to me. Oh, we can connect. And that's something I just recently learned. That's not connection. That's just storytelling. Because you have no way of verifying. You are telling your truth, but they're pathological liars.
Yeah, they're
So you're,
manipulating you from the get go.
mm-hmm,
Manipulation, master manipulators. They don't experience many normal emotions, just rage, greed, contempt, and boredom, and lust.
yeah, oh,
They're big
yeah,
porn watchers. Charlotte. Hi, Charlotte.
yeah. They lust for life, human life, because they no longer, they chose as a child not to vibrate on a human level. They choose to vibrate like their abusive parent or guardian, whatever it was. So they are no longer at a high level, they're at a low level.
Hmm.
So what they lust is your light, and they will take your light however they choose to. So if they take it through sex, take it through either taking money or giving you money, it's a take for them. They're takers. All of them are takers. There is
Hmm.
not one that's
And
not a taker.
right? And it pisses me off so bad because um I ran across a therapist the other day with a very long article on Quora, and she was saying, "Oh, narcissists are humans too, and should we still
Mm.
feel sorry for them?" And oh, I wanted to tear her a new one because no, they are not. If they know the harm they are causing and you tell them repeatedly and they still choose because it's an effort, they know what they're doing. They keep doing it. That's evil. There's no other word for that besides evil for me. That is not human. They
Yes.
can go to sleep at night while you're tore up, you're sobbing, you're just so distraught over the things that they're doing, and they can go to sleep peacefully and snore.
Okay.
Do you
So, real
think we
quick,
can get our lights back? I have felt so tired since I left. That's what healing will do to you, Haba Java.
Harvard,
It's very
yeah,
exhausting.
it is
It's
because,
normal.
yeah, your
You got your
body,
degree.
yeah, your body keeps the score of your trauma, whether you recognized it or not. So, from all trauma, you must rest. That is
Yes,
our
rest. Don't
rest.
feel
You
sorry. They
must
don't care. They
rest.
love themselves.
Yeah.
Exactly, Charlotte. And you know another thing. Uh, I will never push. A lot of people push and shame survivors to forgive the narcissist, and I don't agree
Nope.
with that at all. I
Nope.
don't think that you have to forgive them for why. They first of all, they don't think that they're doing anything wrong. The person that you need to forgive most is
Woo.
yourself because we beat
Yeah.
ourselves up for staying with them for so long, for being duped, for believing in someone that was deceptive from the get-go. So you're 4 months out, that's very fresh.
Wow,
How are
Hava
you
Java.
handling all this? Yet the being tired is completely normal, and like Sharon said, rest is so important, and we feel
I have
guilty
been
for
out.
doing that.
I've been out for 2 years. In the
Yeah,
past
and I'm
month,
following right behind Sharon. I'm almost 2
yeah.
years out, and Still tired,
Yeah.
because you
But in
got
the past month,
regular life on top of healing.
mhm,
You still
in
got a
the past
life
month is when I'm starting to find my circadian sleep again, because I was
rhythm.
up till 4 o'clock in the morning because I was too afraid to fall asleep because of the crazy dreams. And then it wasn't rest when I did sleep. I was not resting. I was still sleeping in fear. So I hear
Yeah.
you have a Java. I'm there. Your light, you will see the light. You know why you will see the light? You are the light. The
Mm-hmm.
light is within you. And I have had to beat myself up over that because I swore up and down I didn't have any because I'm worthless and useless and nobody loves me. Oh, don't forget I'm ugly.
Mm-hmm.
Anyway, but it's just the light is you. So even if you
Yeah.
have the smallest
It's like you're
light,
uncovering it. Like, I always picture like they bury your light like a flashlight in the dirt way under the ground, and they're trying to erase you completely and suck that all out for themselves. So like as you're healing, you're pulling that dirt back a little at a time, and every time you pull that dirt back, you're learning new boundaries. You're sticking up for yourself. You're correcting those old conditioned words that, like what Sharon was saying, you're worthless, you're stupid, you're not good enough. And you listen to those thoughts and you say, hey, no, I am not those things. That is a freaking lie. And every time you talk positive to yourself, you're pulling that dirt back more in your light. The light in you is going to come out. And so the
that
hardest thing is to have grace for yourself
mhm,
and forgiveness, because we beat ourselves up for like, why did I stay so long? God, was I fucking stupid? What? And no, we were being deceived.
we're being
We were
deceived
being
and we had
genuine
lack
while they
of
deceive.
education. We had lack
Yeah.
of
And we didn't
education.
know.
We didn't know.
And now we know.
And
That's why, yes,
yeah,
Sharon, make a channel. Everybody make a channel. You don't even have to show your face. They have
th-
faceless channels because we need to get the word out there and spread the word so everybody knows, because so many people are asleep. There's still endless supply for a narcissist that are going to be easily tricked by these clowns because they
yeah,
don't know
because
the
they're
signs,
children.
especially for a covert.
Mhm.
Like Robert.
It,
Robert took me for a loop because
mhm.
all the other ones I was with they were overt. You could easily tell that, okay, I can tell this person's abusive. They're physically abusing me.
Yeah.
I caught them cheating, but a covert is so subtle and so insidious.
Mhm. It's
Yeah,
those little s-
they don't
those little
repent.
they start out with those little tiny remarks. You know, you'd look better if. It's just a suggestion. I'm not telling you what to do, but I think that you'd look better if fill in the blank. And so you're like, oh, well, I love this person. I trust this person. I'll do that. I'll stop wearing makeup. I'll do my hair differently. I'll cut my hair. I'll stop. Mine was he hated that I liked fake nails. I didn't like to have the big old, stiletto thing. I scratched my own eyes out. But just little, I loved going to my salon. I loved getting my nails done. I loved talking to the ladies. And he hated it because it was time for me. It was me time. He
Hmm.
hated it. So it's like, oh, I hate it when you do that. It's gross. Yeah, big deal. So, but yet he could have me time because, of course, I'm going to give him me time. I love him. Everybody needs their me time. So I could give generously and he would take and use it insidiously. Me time
You
is
know
me
what,
time. Hmm.
Sharon? I wonder, because I'm really having a hard time here. I wonder if you go off and then try to come back in, if that'll improve it. The
That's a
sound, because
scary thought.
I'm struggling.
Okay. How about I
Uh,
just STFU for a while and let someone else talk? Maybe there'd be a good time for Deanna to come on or
okay,
anybody
Deanna,
else.
do you wanna try, or anybody else wanna come on here? What you do is you go to my post tab on my page, and it's the pinned comment at the top about today's live, and you can grab the link in here to come in and talk. You don't have to show your face if you don't want to, but I want to give you guys a chance to come on until I figure out that other program where we can get like 2 or 3 of us in here, and then we can go to town. There was someone's comment on here I wanted to say. Oh, yeah, Hava Java says, "Oh my god, yes, that's exactly what I asked myself. How did I stay so long? I knew hip understanding and narcissism, but not really what it actually meant." Yeah, okay. Bye, Shashadan. Dang it, I hate when this happens, technology. Yeah, yeah, that's normal through that, like not knowing and beating ourselves up for why we stayed so long, but we didn't know. They were manipulating us from the get-go. And Kelly, do they always pick the same type of girl? They supply is supply. They have all different types. I've seen the ex-narcissist go for big girls, varying shape girls, in between. It doesn't matter. Supply is supply. Hi, I hope I can hear you, Deanna, because I don't hear you yet.
Hi, I wasn't talking because you were talking. Can you hear me okay?
That I don't know why I can't hear you either.
Hmm.
It must be on my end.
Yeah. Huh.
What are we looking at? Is there baby ducks?
Oh, hold on a minute. Oopsies.
Gosh, this is so frustrating that I can't hear. Um,
Weep, weep.
I hear them.
Oh. Whoopsie.
Narcs pick the lowest self-esteem people. Welcome back, Skatey. Oh, look at the babies. Aw, how old are they?
Oh. Let's see. I think they were hatched on June 2nd. Okay.
Did you say Sunday?
June 2nd.
Oh, June 2nd. Wow, not that long ago. They're only
Right.
days old.
Yeah.
Yeah, my coworker has an adult duck, and then he got 2 baby ones recently, and I guess you can't really separate them. They kind of really get depressed or whatever
Yeah, they freak.
when they're young.
Yeah, they hate being separated.
Aw, how sweet. Thank you for sharing them with us.
Oh, you're welcome.
They have planted deception on you. Takes a lot of prayer and concealing. I know I lost you for a while. Aw, they're so sweet. The little babies. Well, I wish I could hear better. I don't know why the lives do this.
Yeah, me too. I was hoping to tell you a little something, but maybe another time.
I can't hear. And I'm trying to see if maybe I can switch it over to my computer. Uh, maybe I can hear it here instead. And jealousy. Oh, she's got some health issues. Like, see, it's got to catch up. Yeah, Stargazer, I think it's my stupid phone or whatever technology on my end. Yes, animals are gifts and they love so unconditionally. My animals have been my lifesaver. Who all has animals here? I know Katie does, Deanna does. Because they are my therapy along with music. Okay, I'm trying to get it on my computer, Deanna, so I can hear you because I really like to find out how
Okay.
you've been doing.
Yeah, I appreciate it.
But it's this is weird.
Yeah, Katie says Katie and Stargazer so they can hear me.
So I can hear you because I really like to All
find
right.
what you've been doing. Yeah, I appreciate it.
Oh, shoot. What did I do?
There's a delay. Yeah, Katie says Katie and Stargazer so they can hear me. So I can hear you because I really liked the.
Okay.
Yeah,
I got it up on my computer now, but it's got it like lagged. Got to catch up. Like lagged. Okay, here we go. Catch up. Okay, I can hear you on my computer now. So let me
cool.
mute out my phone. Okay, I can hear you on my computer now. So let me
Cool.
mute out my phone.
Your computer is sending
All
voices.
right. It's just lag. It's like lagging.
Okay. Your computer is sending voices.
It's what? It's lagging.
Okay. Computer is sending voices.
It's what? It's lagging. This is so frustrating.
Yeah, sorry. Bummer.
This is so frustrating.
Yeah, sorry.
So how have you been doing, Deanna? How's your
Yeah. I've been doing
So how have
pretty
you been
good.
doing, Deanna? How's your
I've been doing pretty good.
How's your It keeps like echoing.
I know. Been doing pretty good.
It keeps like echoing.
I know. Been doing pretty good.
It's like echoing.
I know. We're getting all kinds of emojis. I love it. We're getting all kinds of emojis. I just wanted to share that
We're getting all kinds of emojis. It
No,
keeps
wait,
repeating
repeat.
itself on my computer
Yeah.
because I have my phone turned all the way down.
Huh.
It keeps repeating itself on my computer because I have my phone turned all the way down. Huh.
I'll just go off and I will type it.
It keeps repeating itself on my. Oh my God.
I'll just go off and I will type.
Okay. I'm sorry, Deanna.
I'll just go off and I will type.
Okay. I'm sorry, Deanna.
I'll just go.
Technology is not being very kind today. And then Honey Pepper, I saw that Honey Pepper had a huge emergency. I hope she's okay. Being very kind today. And then Honey Pepper, I saw that Honey Pepper had a huge emergency. I hope she's okay. Being very kind today. You know what? Maybe when I see what the other program is, I'll be able to get rid of all these issues that's happening right now and get more of you talking in here. I'll be able to. This is so frustrating, you guys. I'm sorry. That's happening right now and get more of you speaking in here. Kelly, what is that? A hand? A pink hand? What is that? This is so frustrating, you guys. I'm sorry. This is chaos. Kelly, what is that? A hand? A pink hand? What is that? I've got to mute this on my. I got to mute this on my computer now. Okay, let's get back to the phone. All right, you guys. So I got rid of the echo. Sorry about that. Anyone, I wanted to say that I am sure it was hard to be here with the anniversary of your son. Yes, it was, but I am very thankful for all you guys in the community. I look forward to this live and being with all of you because, as you know, coming out of narcissistic abuse and going through healing, it's not a linear journey. And then you got life on top of it, work, everything that goes with that. And if you've ever lost a child, there's just no description for that. So you all help me, and this whole channel is like a journal for me and helping others at the same time. So it has multi purposes, and that's why I forced myself to show up today instead of, staying in bed or crying or whatever. It helps to get out and talk about it, because once you isolate, like I said earlier in the live, isolation can become very dangerous. It's okay to, after you come out of narcissistic abuse, to not isolate, but be in solitude for a while so you can hear your own thoughts and block out, all the stuff, the noise of the world, everything, because your nervous system needs to calm down because you've come out of complete chaos and emotional annihilation. So you have to sit with yourself for a while. And a lot of people are uncomfortable with that. And so when you don't face your feelings, you're totally running, you're trying to stay busy, you're going out all the time, you're drinking or smoking, whatever it is to numb the feelings is not going to allow you to heal. So at the same time, you don't want to totally isolate yourself because sometimes you feel like that. Like you said, Deanna, that you dealt with a lot of depression for many years and had suicidal ideation for a solid year and a half, very intense. Yeah, I think most, I can't say all people coming out of narcissistic abuse have felt that way at one time, but I can vouch for that. That they get you into such a low space, they suck all that light out of you that you just feel like you don't want to be here anymore. And I think a lot of people feel that way. So sorry for the loss of your son. He was very handsome. Thank you, Kelly. Thank you. And thank you for being here. Like, this is a support for me as well as all of you, this community, Shredding Silence. And I appreciate all of you. You guys mean more to me than I can tell you, because my circle has become extremely small after narcissistic abuse. I've had to cut off family members, people that I thought were my friends. My circle is extremely small. I am very selective on who I allow into my world and at what level. And you have to be like that. Kelly, do you want to join the live and talk? Maybe it'll work better for you. Oh my God, Deanna, I hope you're doing better. And I'm so sorry you're going through that. Yeah, anybody who wants to come on, just go into my post tab. It's I pinned the top in the community for today's live. It's inside the comment section if you want to come on here and talk. Hopefully it will work better. And if not, we'll just have to try again next Sunday. My husband was so unsupportive at that time too. And that makes it even harder, Deanna. That just stacks trauma onto trauma, because as I was saying earlier, the person that claims to love you, that's supposed to love you, that's supposed to be a safe space, when they are not there, they are adding to that trauma. So it's another layer on stacked of what you're already going through. And I'm so sorry anybody has to go through that. Being numb is still avoiding healing. Yeah. And a lot of us too, like we'll doom scroll. I know my friend will say that all the time, doom scrolling. But sometimes that is okay as long as that's not your entire day. Like, you're avoiding your feelings by doom scrolling. I doom scroll so I can unwind at the end of the day, because my nervous system is so overloaded. I've been working all day. I've been dealing, with life problems, stuff at home on top of healing, then worrying about the channel and all that stuff. You have to give yourself an out sometimes. And yeah, just don't avoid it. Like, numbing is avoiding healing. Just make sure you're not avoiding the healing. I had a good friend helping me, and he thought I was cheating. So he pretended to kill himself taking pills. Wow. Yeah, I've heard of them doing that. And I never thought that the narcissist I was with started saying, "Oh no, I'm feeling suicidal now. I'm depressed and I'm going to need therapy." They always got to flip it because they always have to be the center of attention. And of course he didn't kill himself, right, Deanna? They just want to get you all upset and feed off your emotions. I thought you were cheating and took pills. Insidious. Thank you, Glennis. You're welcome. Let me try to catch up to all these comments. Kelly, I don't know if that's sea anemone or whatever. It's pretty though. It's pink, whatever Kelly put on there. Well, I'm glad you got to share your cute little ducks, Deanna. They're so sweet. I don't know if Hava Java's still in here. Whoever wants to come on here, Stargazer, you want to come on here and talk? I think this is the longest I've stayed on. Yes, they are jackasses. June 2nd. What's June 2nd? They have planted deception on you. Takes a lot of prayer and concealing. You pick low self-esteem people. Do they always pick the same type of girl? White head blondes, tiny and petite. But I think I already answered that. Like, usually any supply will do, you know. They usually don't say no to anybody. Just had a huge emergency. I hope Honey Pepper's okay. Followed a couple people on YouTube. Don't show themselves. You just see their hands while they prepare food or they wear Halloween masks. Yeah, I've seen those too. That's why I encourage any of you guys to come on and start a channel. Not only that, like, this is the way of the future because a lot of people are monetizing, making money on YouTube by sharing their stories because your particular story might be helping somebody else. And there's only one you in this world. You know, there's a lot of people talking about narcissistic abuse, but there's only one Glennis. There's only one my story. There's only one way that you tell a story, and that the way that you tell a story might help somebody understand because you tell it different from anybody else. So I encourage everybody to spread awareness and help people learn about this because it seems like they're multiplying. They're everywhere. When you get out of narcissistic abuse, or either that, or we're just so awake to it that now we see it everywhere. Oh my God, yes, that's exactly what I asked myself. How I stayed so long. I think they don't repent. So does anybody else want to come on here? Still here. I don't know how the algorithm placed this in front of me this evening, but I resonate with everything you're sharing. You're here for a reason, and I'm so glad that you are. I'm so glad the algorithm found you. We can resonate with other people and the treatment they also received. Yes. Ducks were born June 2nd. Oh, okay. Yes. So glad you're here. Because I remember, when I first Googled I didn't Google narcissism. I Googled his behavior. I don't know exactly what it was, but narcissism kept popping up, kept popping up. And when I discovered TikTok videos and other survivors and people describing the exact same freaking thing that I was going through, it really, really helps you. It really helps you to not feel alone and not feel crazy because that's what they make you feel. They make you feel like you are absolutely out of your fucking mind. So when you hear other creators talk about it, the exact same things, you're like, wow, because they all play by the same playbook. It really does help you. And I found, like, you guys will follow one creator more than another because something this in the way that they say it resonates with you. Your story will resonate with one survivor over another survivor. It doesn't mean anybody's better than anybody else. It's just that they may have almost the exact same experience that you have, and the way that they tell it touches you like a light goes off. At first, I didn't want to believe that I was with a narcissist. Yeah, you don't want to believe that someone that claims to love you can be so horrible, so cold, so cruel, so calculated. Like, we don't want to believe it. We want to believe that they are the kind, loving, love bombing person that they showed us in the beginning. Sorry, not yet. Okay, that's okay. Anybody else want to come on? Because I might be getting off in a few minutes. My mouth gets dry after a while from all the talking. Insidious. Um, yes, and then your research told you differently. And wasn't that so validating? It is so validating to hear that what you're going through happens for so many other people. And then you get addicted. It took me a long time to move through the levels of healing because at first you get so it's just so validating. And you've been so starved emotionally from the narcissist, denied of who you are, denied of being a human being, denied of your feelings, like being told you're crazy, you're too much, or why don't you move on? Why does that bother you so much? Oh my God. And here we go again. And all the things that they do, and just makes you feel like nothing. So when you come across all these different videos, you're like, oh my God, that happened to me. Oh my God, they're talking about me. That's exactly what they did. And you get addicted to that for a while because that's feeding you the validation that they starve you of. And then you go through, I ran across the video actually of somebody that said, don't get stuck just watching videos about narcissists because that is not healing. You have to then move to the next stage of working on yourself, working on the reasons that you got into that in the first place, how they duped you, how you gave too much, you gave them too many chances, you tried to explain yourself, over explain yourself. And when you learn not to do that anymore, then you start moving through the healing, learning the healthy boundaries and all that stuff. It was validating, but then the roller coaster begins. Yeah. And then once you get a PhD in narcissism, which you will, and you will know them like the back of your hands. That's why I will encourage anybody here to start a channel. Like Honey Pepper has a channel. You guys go follow her. Oh my God, now I'm going to have to deal with the narcissist and oh my gosh, Honey Pepper. He broke the window. What happened? Are you okay? Are you safe? Is he there now? Somehow your relationship becomes all your fault. Mine almost had me believing that I was a narcissist. She never thought that I would research it. Once I pulled the mask off, the game was over. They all do that, Stargazer. They all will call you the narcissist because then they don't have to take accountability because they know what they're doing. That's why a lot of survivors or victims that are still in that say, am I the narcissist? And the minute you ask if you're the narcissist, you're not. Yeah, projection 101. The minute you ask if you're a narcissist, you're not, because narcissists don't ask if they're narcissists. They don't care. They don't care what they are. Yeah, I'm okay apart from a few superficial scratches on my stomach. Oh my God. Is he there? That's when I started getting my PhD. How long did you say you've been out, Stargazer? For 4 years, or was that somebody else? Sorry if I'm getting people mixed up. The brain fog stuff is for real. And once I learned all about them, that's when I finally got my closure. Yeah, isn't it freeing? Because you will never get closure from a narcissist. The closure that you get is when you see them for what they are and you accept that. And they will be like that for everybody. Because I don't know, have any of you guys been through this where they discarded you and you think, oh, they're going to find someone better or they're going to treat them better? But once you see them for who they are and you realize they can't just magically switch off like a light switch from being a narcissist, they're going to be like that for the next person and the next person and the next person and the next person. And I heard the older that they get, the worse that they get because they lose their looks, they lose their charm. People catch on to them quicker, you know. So it's all over for them. They come back tomorrow, but I already called the landlord, who themselves is a little narcissistic. So what is the landlord going to do? The landlord knows the situation. I hope you're safe right now. I really don't need this drama right now. No, you don't. I thought I had watched one of your videos, Honey Pepper, and I couldn't watch all of it because I had to go to work. But in the beginning, you said that the narcissist left. So I didn't know if that meant for good. And I meant to get back to you on that, but I just haven't had a chance. So I was hoping that they left for good. Or did they leave and then they came back to harass you right now? Yeah, no, nobody needs trauma. Safe for now, but the window is broken, and now you're going to be responsible for it, right? Or is the landlord going to be cool? I hope about it because you said they're a little narcissistic. Man, like I said, I wish we could just go, like, let all the narcissists go to Narcissistic Island, and then we can go to our peaceful island and let them all play their stupid games with each other. The narcissist is my mother. She left for 2 weeks to visit her golden child. Oh, okay. Your mother. Well, I'm glad she's gone now, and I hope that she takes care of the window. That's not on you. But I'm sorry to hear that. That's so stressful not being able to feel safe in your own home because they can come around at any time. Stargazer, why do you keep saying 4.3? What does that mean? Yeah, narcissists need an entire continent and a whole planet. Narcissist planet. You need to put them all on it and throw it out into the universe and just let them stay out there. Yeah, I'm not sure what the 4.3 means. So, does anybody else want to come on here and talk? I think I've been on 3 hours now, over 3 hours. Oh, 4.3 years. Yes. Thank you. Thank you, Katie. I forget when I ask a question and then when you guys answer it, it's like delayed. So I can't always remember the question that I asked you. Oh, here comes Honey. I hope I can hear you. I might not be able to hear you.
Can you hear me?
Honey Pepper, I might not be able to hear you because this has been giving me trouble for the last half hour.
Can you hear me though?
Barely.
Well, I guess I'll tell you next live then. I'll tell you next live.
Okay. I wish I could
Yeah.
figure out why it does this. It's so frustrating. I know you guys can hear her. So if you want to share with them, and then maybe you guys can share with me what she's saying. Trying not to be very boastful with Joy about the guy that got her. Using his words, he won, brother. I've never been so happy to lose. You didn't lose. He lost, Stargazer. All
If
right,
you
I'll be
had
quiet so
one.
you can explain, and I'll try to put my ear close to the
Oh
speaker.
my God, I don't know what's happening right now, but all right. So hold on. Are you hearing me? What does this say? Orientation is locked.
Yeah, it's my stupid phone, you guys. It must be my phone.
Repeat the device. Oh, okay. So are you hearing me now?
I do, but I just got to put my ear close.
All right. So there was this is so wild. There was a snake because somebody just cut the grass, right? So there was a snake in the daggone basement where I'm at. Now I'm here just cleaning out, trying to get as much done before the narcissist returns because when they're here, their presence alone just saps my energy. And I just feel so much freer and like a burst of energy just has got into me since they left. So I'm trying to take advantage of this energy I have and this freedom and this peace I have to just clean up my surroundings because I'm in the basement. So I'm sitting down here listening to Shredded Silence and Sharon cracking me up laughing and stuff. And as I'm cleaning, what do I spot? A snake.
Oh
So
gosh.
because they just cut the grass. So I'm like, oh my God. It's a small snake. I'm not really scared of them, but a snake is a snake is a snake, okay? So
Right.
and I don't want it,
it being that size too, it can disappear very easily. And the last thing I need is to be in the basement, pulling my cover over, and something is wiggling under my covers, and I look up, it's a snake, right? That's just stuff that goes through my head. I'm like, I don't want that happening. So all of my focus and attention went straight to that snake. I went over because sometimes, I don't know, they might be dead or I don't know. So I went over and I saw it had moved a little bit, like in my direction. So I'm like, okay, it's alive. Nothing too hard. Just grab the scoop and the broom, scoop it up in the scoop and throw it out. Now I had two ways to go. I could have going upstairs, open the kitchen door because that door is more it's not an old door. It's a newer door and it works well. I could have opened the door and opened the gate and throw it out. But I was like, oh my God, that's just too much. Let me just open this old rickety door in the basement and just throw the snake out back, right? So normally when I open this door, I don't close it behind me. But subconsciously, I guess, in my mind, I'm thinking, well, I don't want any more snakes coming in here because, like, who knows where the heck the snake come from? I don't want no more snakes coming in here. So I opened the door and I closed the door unintentionally, like unconsciously. I wasn't thinking. And when I come back now, trying to open the door, it's locked. It is locked. So I'm like, oh my God, how am I going to get in here? I don't have my phone. My hair is a mess. I don't have proper shoes on. My dress is a mess because I'm cleaning. And I don't know, like my neighbors, I don't know them that well. Even if I knew them, like I don't know the landlord number offhand. And I don't even know where the heck they live in. So I don't know what to do. I have no idea. The only thing I could have thought of was removing the bathroom door that it because the basement bathroom door is right there um next to my room. So that was the only into the house I think I could have done. I can remove that window and I oh my God. And then I didn't want anybody to see me doing that before they think I'm trying to break in. So I removed that window and jump through there to come in. Being a big girl
Oh my
now,
goodness.
so being a big girl now, and that is a glass window, it broke. And the glass shattered under my stomach and cut me up all over my stomach. I didn't even feel the cuts until after, like, I felt this stinging, burning sensation on my stomach. And I saw blood on my hand, like a big clump of blood on my hand. I'm like, oh my God, don't tell me I got stabbed. So I went and I lift up and I have like about 4 to 5 cuts all over my stomach. And I'm just like, that's the least of my worries, though. I just want to know how much the dang window is going to cost and that I don't have to deal with the narcissist about it because they tend to make drama out of something that is not even that big of a problem. Tell me what it costs. I'm going to pay for it. I'm not even asking y'all to pay for it. I'm going to pay
That's
for
what I
it.
was going to
But
ask you if you're on the rental lease.
no, I'm not. The narcissist is. I'm just here contributing.
Yeah, then it's her responsibility.
Yeah, but you know how it is. I don't want the drama, Glennis. I don't want no
Right.
drama. I'm just like, hey, if y'all don't want to pay for it, then tell me that. But I am prepared to pay for it either way. Just let me pay for it. Because what I'm trying to avoid is the unnecessary guilt tripping and the unnecessary drama. Because the landlord already started to ask me some kind of dumbness about, oh, so you couldn't just come around the corner to where we live at. I don't know where the heck you live. I don't know. And I don't even have my phone with me. Besides, my head is a mess. My clothes is a mess. I don't have clothes. So what you telling me about it? And then she realized she just caught herself asking a dumb a question. So she kind of rolled it back in. And I had to explain to her exactly what happened. And I'm reiterating to her that just tell me how much it is and I'll pay for it. She says she don't know and she's gonna call her sister. And that's what just to show you how life could just switch up in like 2 seconds. Like literally sitting down here enjoying my peace, and this is what happens.
Yep, they always find a way to disrupt your peace.
No, I'm just
But
saying that it's the
make sure
way
you
how
take care of
life,
your wounds.
yeah,
Clean up your wounds, honey pepper. Hey,
yeah.
I gotta
No,
go to the bathroom real quick. I'll be right back. I've been holding this for a while.
all
I'll be
right.
right back.
Bye. Mhm. What people say? Oh, yeah. Clean my wounds. I'll clean them. I could talk to y'all too. Y'all, my head is a mess. I'm trying to clean up this whole basement. And this is the last thing I needed with this thing happening now. I'm just like, no, I'm glad this is not
Maybe
it's
when you're
not
sitting at
them.
a shipper receiver, we could do a live so you could figure it out.
Yeah, I have stuff to clean it up. I have some stuff to clean it up, but it's not even about it's not even
Yeah.
about um it's not even about them disrupting. It's when it comes down to it, and they have to come here and they have to, fix the window. They're gonna try to find the things to make an issue about, and that's the thing I'm trying to avoid. The whole drama. Just fix the window and let that be it. Just let me pay for it, and that's it. I don't want no extra drama.
God, this is so frustrating. I can't hear. So I'm probably going to end this in a few minutes, you guys.
Yeah.
I'm so
Bye
sorry.
bye.
I hope you're going to be okay, honey pepper. I don't know how big
Yeah.
your wound is, but please take care of yourself. And I'm so sorry that happened to you. I
Yeah,
hope
it's
you can get
okay.
out of there soon.
Yeah. Bye bye.
Yeah, that sucks that I can't hear this and that happened to her. Don't have any pieces of glass in your skin. Yeah. Honey Pepper, just make sure you take care of yourself, okay? And I want to thank all of you guys for coming. Um, yeah, definitely another reason for them to blame and harm you. Thank all you guys for being here, and this community means a lot to me. I love each and every one of you. Remember not to let anybody dim your light. Always choose yourself and keep on healing. And I look forward to the next live next Sunday. Hopefully, my audio will behave itself. A good choice. I'm restarting devices. I restart my device. But if restart it, then it'll start the live all over again. So I don't know how that works. So love you all, and I will see you later. You guys stay safe and have a good rest of your week. And until next time, bye.